Yo, yo, what's going on, man? Hey, I'm gonna give it about another minute before we start, man. Appreciate y'all for coming on through.
Till the day that I die, ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know, hey man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool, he didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been hunted, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100.
Man, yo, peace and love, man. It's your boy OTK, man. Open the knowledge. Y'all already know. I hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all love them. Somebody, someone, or something. You know what I mean? Because they need it. For real. Shout out to the armed forces, man. Because without the armed forces, we wouldn't be able to walk out our door every day and choose Um, and the ones that's planning on serving later on. So shout out to them, man. Shout out to all the mama chiefnesses out there, grandmama chiefness, papa chief. You are. I don't know if my sister Sharice ready to come up yet, but I was gonna finish the intro. But let me see. Hey sis, how you doing? Mic check 1 2. I didn't want to have you waiting too long and then finish the intro, so I want to bring you up first so you can give your introduction to everybody, and then we'll go back to the actual beginning. Go ahead, man.
Yes. Peace and love to all the Aboriginal, Indigenous Indians, the American Indians. Peace to y'all, man. Love to everybody in the chat, everybody who comes in and supports me and my big bro. And yeah, I was about to say, OTK, you need a mic check because yours is going in and out a little bit. But shout out to everybody. We're excited to do a little situation for y'all tonight and getting into some information, getting back to the basics of the information and just learning and growing together, because we're all learning together. We're all growing together. Like I like to consider myself a master student, family. Like I'm not y'all teacher. I just like to be able to convey my understanding to you guys in hopes that as I'm understanding, you all are understanding. And we, ain't no one over the other or none of that. You know what I'm saying? So just peace to everybody. I'm happy to be here tonight. It's been a rough couple of weeks up in these streets. You know what I'm saying? But we strong enough to hold it down and keep doing what we doing out here in these streets and not letting nobody try to discourage us from that. So shout out to the real, everybody who know, y'all know. That's all I got.
Okay. Mic check. I'm good now, sis?
You sound way better because that stuff was going in and out.
Hey. All right. We got to pause on that.
Terrible.
We ain't got to pause on that.
Yeah, you tripping. No, I'm playing.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, y'all. Hey, yo. Hey, let's finish with the intro and then we'll be right back, y'all. Stay tuned in, man. We got some heat for y'all, back to the basics, to the information, man.
Yeah. What it look like, man?
Let's see what it is.
Man, I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want to
I
rush,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, so we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and
like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, this for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Yeah, man, definitely, man. You know, I want to definitely give a shout out to all the, even though it was Father's Day yesterday, I still want to give a shout out to the mamas, man. Every day is like Mother's Day to my mom. You know, that, you know, just by people being around her, it keeps her going. So shouts out to the mamas, man.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Big Mom's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Yeah, man. Shout out to all the Mama Chiefs them out there, man. Sister Reese, I know you usually play that We Still Here by Dre Cobbs. I don't got that loaded up in my thing. So I probably have to go on YouTube real quick and get it. That's my song too, man. And let me give a shout out to the environment real quick, y'all.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That microphone doing that again.
Okay. Let's go to this. Oh yeah.
Okay, it sound a little better now. So I decided to change articles because I feel like we need to go back in on that American Indian slave trade again a little bit. And not really so much so, just this article. Obviously, I presented it on my channel, but I haven't been able to fully read it through. So maybe we could read through some of it tonight and get some opinions and some thoughts and some perspectives. And yeah, I'm excited about it. So, all right,
I bet.
that.
Yeah, because I know you just open up your show with this too. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, usually, have to break out.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine, it make their world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give Israel, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this the execution. My verses start revolutions. For my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seeds. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the machine. We put you where nobody can hear you scream and sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life. I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pimping hoes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake times and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. Playing checkers, we playing chess, and nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog, and you just a little bait. You out of Africa, and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being, and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th, and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun, the poverty point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. We'll bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah. We still here.
All right, I'm good. Mike, good. Everything good?
Yeah, sound good.
All
Hey
right.
y'all, chat. What's up, X Thing Lewis and Juan True Straight Smoke Boot Camp? Damn, Juan, of course, I already said Juan Truth. Look at me. Hey, Juice. Knots, Live and Learn. What's up, y'all? Shit.
Dot.
Out Buddha of the sea.
Dot.
Hey, Dot Dots. Yeah, shout out to y'all, man. We here. We definitely been here, still here, and ain't going no motherfucking way. All right. At the point now, we ain't proving who we are to y'all motherfuckers. If y'all don't want to believe that y'all are who y'all are, that's on y'all. Y'all gotta wake up on y'all own. Y'all gotta wake up on y'all own. Because at this stage, your DNA test is not proving that you African, bro. Entertainment purposes only. Anywho, like Dot said in the chat, like the stream, family, like, share, and subscribe.
And if your test do take you back to Africa, then so be it. Go ahead. That's you, bro. That's not everybody's story.
Exactly. We not about to argue with y'all. And
Word.
I think, it's sad too, because we all know how lookership, or what me and OTK like to define as looker shit, has really took a president's role in how y'all think about people, cultures, identity, and race. And it's thick.
Right. Just like those brothers over there, man, told me, for me to be this dark, y'all, I can't be no Indian, boy. I had to be red in order to be an Indian. I said, ooh.
It's the self-hate be real. And
but then turn around and say all colors come out of black when they describing their Africa theory.
Man,
ooh, God damn, when it coming. So it's black people that look like y'all all over the world except America? Get the hell out of here.
I'm telling you, that's the part that always
blackity black. Man, stand up.
I'm telling you, that's the part that really blows me away. That's the part that really blows me away, is that you got it. Like, I mean, to me, that's a form of racism. You know what I'm saying? When you look at it, or colorism rather, because it's like there's dark-skinned people from Thailand, there's dark-skinned people from Australia, there's dark-skinned people everywhere in the world.
Everywhere.
No one's questioning their indigenous roots. But for some reason, the Black Americans over here, our fucking ancestry, our skin color, everything is being put to the test. And because of that, for some reason, we're not Indian because of our complexion of skin. What cuz they over there on HOK? Oh, flat booty, straight hair. Boy, you're talking about Asians. Like, what are you talking about?
Hey, listen, y'all, in the chat, I don't got no time for trolling.
Oh, yeah, you get timed out.
Arrow gang up, sis. We gonna worry about the show. We got mods for that. We got mods for that. We let the mods handle that. No trolling. No trolling.
Go ahead and snipe this one right here, because David Eltis obviously is not telling the truth. Because he said on my platform,
everything good.
Clearly said,
don't pay him no attention. Right.
Yeah,
so
you said on my platform and clearly said it was black folks here. So cut the cap.
Let's go. We ain't got to worry about him. We got to worry about
he's an idiot.
I ain't worrying about none of them no more. Like I said, let them believe. Listen, it's not our job. It's not our job to prove who we are to them.
Exactly. You were African. Go take your ass home.
Yeah. It's not our job.
Home.
Yeah, let them boys stay in their place. That's it. Don't even give them. If you don't give them no energy, they will not exist.
Shit, he don't exist.
All right, exactly. Now let's go.
I'm just saying, take your ass home to motherfucking Africa. That's all I gotta say about it. Because you ain't gonna have no snacks when you get there.
Right.
Ooh, my girl said it wasn't no snacks in Africa, baby. Don't get me started. Shit. Yeah, like, I mean, and that's unfortunate that David Eltis couldn't keep it a buck with them over there, because he ain't disagree with me when I said that Black America, that it was Black people here. For sure.
We don't need him. We don't need him.
We don't.
We don't need him.
The main premise of him even coming on was to prove the fallacies.
We don't need him.
That he don't even know. He don't even know himself.
Yeah. So listen. He came up with a narrative, and people thinking this shit is true. I don't give a damn if he's a fucking historian or any of this shit. He said they wrote those shit based on the limited information they had at the fucking time.
Yep.
All right. So I don't even want to talk about him. I don't want to give none of these motherfuckers my energy, baby. On some real shit. They don't deserve it.
Yeah, but he trolling.
All right, let's get back to the study. Let's get back to the basics. I don't got no time for them, baby. Yeah.
Let's just spend time out, you know.
Yeah.
That's all. He's a troll.
Yeah.
So anywho,
yeah, every time he come in, Arrow Gang, y'all got permission. I unblocked all of him, but I see that he's just gonna keep trolling and shit like that. So just block him back, man. You know what I mean? Hey, Arrow, I don't care what nobody say. I don't care what nobody say. Yeah, I'm running. I'm running away from being an African. You're goddamn right. I am running. Let's go. Run, OJ, run. You know what I'm talking about. Let's go, sis.
All right, so boom. Here we go. Now, I think this article is very interesting, okay? I haven't been able to read all the way through it, but we're going to read through it together tonight. And, you know, we're going to talk about a little bit about the racial legacies. We're going to talk about reclassification. We're going to talk about a lot of different things. American Indian slavery, the origins of it. We're going to talk about a lot of interesting things tonight. And we're going to just get into the history. Shout out to Gregory Ablasky. And, you know, this article is entitled Making Indians, quote unquote, White, the Judicial Abolition of Native Slavery in Revolutionary Virginia and its Racial Legacy. Okay.
So right there, your first source, right there, the introduction, the hidden history of Indian slavery in Virginia. That's one of my sources. The origins of Indian slavery and all of those. It was in. I got sources from those to put inside my American Indian debate that one time on Bab Channel. Yeah. Bond Dog, what's going on with you, baby boy? Peace and love, man.
Hey, Nate.
Nate, what's going on?
Hey, Chero. Hey, my girl. Chero Empress, my girl. Yes. Peace to the sisters. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So we're going to just read a little bit of this. You know, OTK, you already know you could chime in at any point in time because I know there's some things that you have in your arsenal that could back up a lot of this. And, you know, we'll just kind of bounce off each other and kind of get into this a little bit because, you know what I'm saying? Nowadays, what we see on a lot of reservations is we see a lot of white people on Indian reservations, right? We don't see
correct.
We see a lot of white folks. We see a lot of Asian folks. We see Latinos. We see a lot of different things going on up on these reservations. And the so-called Black folks that they do let in is far few and in between. But we know that the so-called Black folks have more of a connection to not just the 5 civilized tribes, but the tribes that aren't recognized federally as well. So we all know that and we all have that understanding. And we know what got lost in history and in time. We know that we've been here since time immemorial. And it's what it is. They can't talk about this story without talking about us because we're a part of the story and that'll never go away. So let's just go into some reading. You guys can see everything that they go into. Everything. White and Black Indians and the erasure of the triracial past. A lot of stuff. So this definitely goes into a lot of things that, you know, a lot of people would be interested in just learning like a little bit of the background so that we all can have a better understanding of, especially in Virginia, what took place, because that's where most of my relatives come from. So hold on, let me take a little sippy sip. In 1772, George Mason this is the introduction, family. And let me know, put one in the chat if y'all can see it real good on the screen. I just need a quick one in the chat. Just let me know. You know, we just gonna get back to the basics. We're gonna understand how a lot of these Indians became white folks, why we see a lot of these tribal chiefs. They're white, they're Asian, and you know, they're different colors, you know, and it's a reason for a lot of that. And we know, you know, and hopefully on another bill, we can get into how these Asians became slaves and then how they became Native Americans. You know, we can go into all of that, and we will, because I think a lot of it needs to be understood that the history behind who the so-called Black Americans truly are is being hidden behind words and fake scholarship and, you know, just fake African names that you can't connect to. Okay. So in 1772, George Mason, later famous as the father of the Bill of Rights, represented a slave named Robin and 11 other enslaved plaintiffs in the General Court of Virginia, the colony's highest court. The slaves claimed that maternal descent from an American Indian made their enslavement illegal, and Mason marshaled arguments from natural law and statutory history to support that contention. In a terse one-paragraph opinion typical of the era, the court agreed, framed the plaintiffs and ordering their former master to pay them nominal damages. Freedom suits were common in the colonial Virginia. Although defined as property for almost all legal purposes and denied the rights of citizenship, slaves could allege illegal enslavement and sue for their freedom. Courts recognized such claims throughout the slave-holding South from slavery's 17th century beginnings onward. These suits offered one of the few routes to manumission in early America. The ordinary posture of the Robin v. Hardaway case, though, belied its extraordinary result. The court's decision marked a watershed in the legal history of Virginia slavery. It was the first recorded holding of an Anglo-American court that maternal descent from an American Indian. This outcome was remarkable in the context of early America, where despite present-day conceptions that all slaves were African, Indian slavery was ubiquitous. Hold up, what the hell? I must have messed up something in this thing. Was ubiquitous, alone established the right to freedom. Yeah, I must have had accidentally erased something right here. Indian slaves could be found in all 13 mainland colonies in 1772. Indian slaves could be found in all 13 mainland British colonies in 1772, as well as French and Spanish colonies of North America. In Virginia alone, thousands of descendants of enslaved Indians toiled alongside African slaves on plantations. Robin v. Hardaway repudiated this history and deemed the previously common institution illegal in all but a few circumstances, inaugurating a line of cases that culminated in 1806. In the end, Virginia courts concluded that enslaved descendants of Native Americans were prima facie free. Judicially abolishing Indian slavery in Virginia, the precedent spread throughout the antebellum period. Courts in Connecticut, Louisiana, Missouri, New Jersey, South Carolina, and Tennessee all grappled with Virginia's decision and debated whether maternal descent from American Indians was sufficient to establish freedom. So let's go back, because this idea that and I like that they put that there, because they're saying that on these plantations, Indians and Africans toiled together. And when we see things like roots and all of these other things that took place, we know for sure that a lot of our dark-skinned people were there. They were there. So it's like this idea that it was just a bunch of Africans, no Indians were involved, is a fallacy. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Another thing too.
Go ahead. You can chime in.
Another thing too. A lot of these people who they was calling African descent may not have been African. We got to understand that shit too. You know what I mean? Yeah, a lot of them wasn't Africans. A lot of them.
We
a lot of them was straight from the Caribbeans, and they was called. One thing I realized in doing all of this and doing all this research, I realized that they was calling people Africans sometimes as a descriptive term.
For sure.
You understand what I'm saying? So that's why I be cautious with that shit. So we reading the article how Indian became white. So now they can be saying, they could be trying to separate the Indian from within himself, saying that you got an Indian and then you got a African, but they could just be saying you got a lighter Indian and a darker Indian.
Yep.
Until they show us who these Africans is, I ain't calling them boys that. I'm saying they calling that shit there for a color. Later, that shit there. For one, they ain't calling nobody no African descent in no fucking 1700s.
Absolutely not. And I think that this is their way.
That's a major problem when we be reading some of these shit, because people take what you read and try to flip your own shit on you. But nah, hell nah. We too smart for that, kid. Too smart for that, kid. So I just had to iterate that before the other people who listening don't understand what the hell is going on. Go ahead, sis.
Also, yeah, let me just add to that too. I think also the idea of adding African slaves is to continue to validate that transatlantic slave trade narrative. So
correct. And it's also during the abolitionist time.
Yeah,
we gotta also understand that now. So what they're showing us is the beginning of a narrative. When ain't nobody been saying no African. Even the abolitionists wasn't saying African. The closest they were saying was probably Afro, because 90% of their ass had Afros. Let's go.
All right, so let's keep going.
And sis, and I love that you reading this, because like I told you, we're going to start going into their master teacher's work and dissecting it. Exactly. Because they think everything that we read, we absolutely agree with just because it say Indian and all this shit right here. No, we be watching some of these shit. We cross-research everything. We just love to read. And we love to read to other people too, so they can give us their perspective of it. Let's go.
Okay, damn, where was I at? I think I was right here. All right.
Hey, listen, y'all Arrow gang out there. I ain't never seen an African with an afro neither, bro. So that right there furthers my point. You know what I mean? Arrow gang, wild ass Indians. I'm telling y'all. Y'all got the right to arrow up all of make them make 20 accounts tonight. Arrow their ass up. I got no time for the entertainment. Go play with y'all self. We don't come play with y'all. Word. I definitely don't. So go play with y'all self. Go ahead, sis.
Okay. Explaining this shift in the racial basis of slavery is more difficult than observing it. The Robin Court and its successors claimed merely to be engaged in statutory interpretation, and Mason argued for Indians' freedom on the basis of libertarian principles of the Revolutionary War. This comment argues, however, that the ultimate grounds for the doctrinal innovation lay deeper in the changing demographics of early America, Although not the judge's conscious motivation, Robert and its progeny solidified chattel slavery rather than weakening it. By making Indians legally, quote, white or, quote, black, as we shall see in some instances, the court erased a complex triracial past and created instead a society legally divided into stark categories of free whites and enslaved blacks. Hold up. Now let's read it again.
There you go right there.
Again for you motherfuckers.
Go ahead, sis.
Robin and its progeny, family, solidified chattel slavery rather than weakening it by making Indians legally, quote, white or, quote, black, as we shall see in some instances. The courts erased a complex triracial past and created instead a society legally divided into the stark categories of free whites and enslaved blacks. This erasure has present-day legal consequences for federal tribal recognition, struggles over tribal membership, and interpretations of the Equal Protection Clause.
Now, sis, do you got any problem with looking at a Native American today and misclassifying him as black?
Fuck no.
All right. Another bar. Let's go.
Not the ones today. No, not the Asians.
Exactly. So who the black Indians they talking about right here?
Come on.
Let's go.
On. That's why I wanted to read it, because it's interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of times these people write things and it's like they know the truth, but they're only going to dance around the truth. They're not going to fully implement the truth, but it's up to us to discern. That's who it's up to. To understand the nature of this transformation, this comment builds on two previously unconnected bodies of scholarship. A growing literature on early American history examines the formerly neglected role of Indian slavery and argues that the institution was far more widespread and important than previously thought. These works rely heavily on court documents, court records, deeds, and other legal sources, and acknowledge the law's importance in passing, but they neglect the legal historical narrative. By ending their chronologies in the mid-18th century, they overlooked the complex judicial debate over the legacy of Indian slavery in the revolutionary and antebellum America. By contrast, freedom suits, including those involving plaintiffs claiming Indian descent, have received sustained analysis from legal historians as part of a larger literature on cases of racial determination, in which the central and often sole legal issue was a person's racial status. In these instances, faced with the reality of a mixed race society that rarely aligned with legal categories, courts turned into a variety of methods, appearance, ancestry, science, and reputation to classify ambiguous individuals, thus laying bare to historical criticism the constructed and arbitrary nature of legal conceptions of race. Robin and his progeny, though, fit uneasily into the conceptual framework. First, as with American legal history more broadly, the current scholarship on racial determination focused primarily on the period between independence and the Civil War. This periodization ignores the first 200 years of racial construction in America, making cases such as Robin that grapple with the colonial legal legacy unintelligible. Second, Robin and his progeny were not racial determination cases. Their outcomes hinged on the legal consequences of Indian descent, not on the plaintiff's racial identity, which both sides usually acknowledged as Indian. They were applications of racial ideology rather than determinations of racial identity. Since the literature on neither Indian slavery nor racial determination alone provides a complete account of Robin and its context, this comment draws on both to understand fully the causes of significance of the doctrinal transformation in racial construction that the case epitomizes. In particular, this comment argues that the racial formation of the antebellum United States cannot be understood without reference to its earlier colonial history. The black-white divide that emerged during the Revolutionary period was neither natural nor organic. Rather, it represented a conscious repudiation of an earlier triracial era by a judiciary anxious to reinforce race-based slavery. To support these contentions, this comment is divided into 4 sections. Part 1 discusses the colonial history of Indian slavery and race in early America broadly and in Virginia specifically. Part 2 delves more deeply into Robin and its successors, examining the evolution of the court's reasoning on the legality of Indian slavery. Part 3 probes the various explanations for the decision to grant freedom to enslaved Indians. Finally, God, I'm sorry, y'all. Explores the legacy of the explores the legacy of these cases in the antebellum United States, as well as the implications for contemporary legal issues surrounding tribal recognition, tribal membership, and the Equal Protection Clause.
You all right, sis?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You need to take a little break real quick?
Yeah, I don't know
before you get into that? Huh?
No, I don't know what was going on. I was like, damn, I just felt like I needed to breathe in and breathe out. But I'm okay.
Okay. You know, I got that part pull up with you about Robin in the court, who you just was talking about. So whenever you're ready, that's in the back for you. But go, I can help you read, sis, if you want to blow this up a little bigger too.
I swear you a blind thing.
No, I'm talking about for everybody else to read.
I mean, I told them put a 1 in the chat if they couldn't see it.
Motherfucker might got a magnifying glass on their computer. Or some people might just be listening. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. You
worries.
cooking, sis. You cooking. You good. Good read.
All right.
Let's go.
So let's keep going. The origins of Indian slavery in early America. The prevalence of African slavery in North America was not inevitable. The fantastic prosperity of Spanish South America rested on faculty of working with the fragmented and largely unpublished records of colonial America, compared with much more organized system of court reporters. Okay, that's not it. My bad, y'all. Rested on forced Indian labor, although Spanish colonists employed labels other than slavery for these practices after the crown abolished Indian enslavement in the 16th century. Eyeing and envy in Mexico and Peru, the first English theorists and colonizers envisioned freeing the oppressed natives from Spanish tyranny. These newly emancipated Indians, the English dreamed, would gladly work for them, helping create an English empire of prosperity. Yet the realities of Roanoke and Jamestown disappointed colonizers. Too weak to overawe the Algonquins they encountered, English settlers found themselves Indians dependents, not their masters. Too weak overall, the Algonquins they encountered, English settlers found themselves Indians dependents, not their masters. They were forced to rely on the tribes for food and basic survival.
Big facts.
Far from empires of wealth and power, the first English colonies were wards of native hospitality. These early encounters established the general patterns of interaction even after the settlers gained strength, as independent native tribes resisted English efforts to reduce them to vassalage. Warfare, not enslavement, was the fate of most recalcitrant natives whose susceptibility to European diseases also made them a poor source of labor in English eyes. Yet, the desperate shortage of workers in society whose wealth depended on manpower meant that colonists readily employed native laborers were available in the 17th century colonial economy. Whether the colonists regarded these Indians as nominally free servants or as slaves is unclear and was largely irrelevant because high mortality rates made such hazy distinctions meaningless. Indians, regardless of status, were bought and sold throughout the Chesapeake for the value of their labor. But as life expectancy increased, the legal categories became clearer. By 1648, courts in Maryland were making references to Indian slaves. Indian slavery remained a small-scale institution localized in the Chesapeake until the late 17th century, when a series of conflicts resulted in its rapid expansion in the colonial English colonies. In the English colonies. In the wake of King Philip's War in New England, for instance, colonists enslaved hundreds of defeated Algonquians, most of whom were quickly sold and sent out of the country, primarily to the West Indies. Virginia, too, witnessed a surge in Indian slaves after Bacon's Rebellion. Yet, the institution developed most dramatically in South Carolina, which was founded comparatively late in 1670. There in the closest parallel to the African slave trade in the Western Hemisphere, English traders actively encouraged tribes to war against each other and enslave the captives who were then sold primarily to ever-hungry Caribbean labor markets. By the 18th century, this Indian slave trade had become the colony's primary economic activity, with some 30,000 to 50,000 Indians enslaved. Only the devastating Tuscarora and Yamasee Wars of 1715 through 18 turned the colonies to less risky, although scarcely less violent, practice of plantation agriculture.
Big facts. So what they telling you is after that war, after the Tuscarora War, because the Tuscaroras was up north before they went down south. The Yamasees came and helped them. Them boys bam it on out. Then the Yamasees War, 1715. What it did, it caused these people who was coming over here calling themselves colonists, or what they gave them the name colonists or whatever, setting up their little colonies. They was less hostile and they started respecting the people because they see that they couldn't beat them. So this is when they started doing this plantation agriculture stuff. Because now they got some American Indian chieftains working with them.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And that's one thing we got to understand. We got to understand. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
But,
and I think that they miss it, right here, like the idea that it was exclusively African and all these people died. Yeah, we have to really look at this a little bit deeper in terms of what the fuck was really going on and taking place. So while the peace of the 1720s ended the long pattern of warfare in Indian enslavement, the legacy of the earlier era persisted. Although many enslaved natives had been sold to the West Indies, many others remained in England's mainland colonies. There, they blended with the far larger population of African slaves, which had grown dramatically in the 17th century and early 18th centuries with the expansion of the Atlantic slave trade. Now, we already know.
How did the first African slaves get there? How did they get all the way up to New England? In 1720.
Now,
how did they get all the way up in New England? Now, they like to brag about Charleston. This motherfucker ain't saying nothing about Charleston. This shit say New England. So who are these African slaves at this point?
In 1720.
In 1720. All right.
So that's just crazy. And it's like, what I think about it is it's interesting that they want to make it seem like African slavery was a precedence over Indian slavery, and that's just bullshit. That's just bullshit. When only 300,000 Africans came here, according to Fuckface.
Shit,
So
that was
it's
way later on. That was way later
So it's
on. That was
that's what I'm
over. That
saying.
was over time. They said, but they don't got that proof. This motherfucker keep bringing up the Portuguese. The Portuguese never brought no slaves to North America. Let's get that straight. Unless they was imitating that Spanish. And I don't even think they brought no fucking slaves. De Soto he had 15 free Africans with him rolling. So say, and they didn't even tell you what color they was.
Yep. It's like they crazy, but you see, no matter what we pull up, they're always going to make it seem like it was this big influx of African people.
When?
Exactly.
When? The fuck?
And now the idea is they were blended with the far larger population of African slaves. So anyway, which had grown dramatically in the late 17th century and early 18th centuries with the expansion of the Atlantic slave trade. On the new plantation complex, a society-defied easy racial categorization emerged, a hybrid of native and African cultures. While this melange reflected the triracial world of its inhabitants, early American society behind the frontier moved towards a stark black-white division, gradually making the descendants of enslaved natives an anomaly in the eyes of Anglo-Americans.
And these are your Anglo-Saxons now. These ain't your pilgrims right here now. These are your Anglo-Saxons. That's why I say Anglo. Remember I was telling you about the Anglo-Saxons? Mm-hmm. Those was the ones that established James and Jamestown or whatever. You feel me?
Cool.
Word.
And I always wonder, you know what I'm saying, when they say this stuff about these Africans coming here, the only people that was here was us, the POWs. Period. It was not at any given time to a point where these Africans were able to come off a rough passage from the transatlantic slave trade. We're talking about through the Atlantic Ocean on a wooden ship. Now, I don't know if y'all missed that other build that I did about them showing how ships in the 15th century were built, 16th century, all of these ships made out of wood. And you mean to tell me the people at the bottom, they didn't even show people at the bottom. They were showing the fucking supplies and things that were under the deck. So how was people under the deck?
On a damn schooner? On a schooner, sis?
Look.
Come on, man. And that ship that picture that they started showing them abolitionists, they never built that ship. That ship never was used. So that whole narrative that y'all came on it, that we, who they try to confer us to be, came on a goddamn ship like that.
See, I think a lot of people that's commenting in the chat is missing what the motherfucking source is about. It clearly says making Indians white. Shut the fuck up and just listen.
Hey, look, I done delete them. I done block them. Every time they come in, I'm blocking their ass.
Because if you don't know what the fucking source is about, then shut the fuck up.
Let's go. You stay focused, sis. I handle them. Trust me, I handle them.
The legal
if a woman say something, you handle that. Any dude, I got that. You just stay focused. Let's go. All we doing is reading. You know what I mean? And we reading somebody else's work. So, whether we agree with it or not, we gonna chop up what we want to chop up out of it. That's how you learn.
The legal status of all non-white servants and slaves in the early 17th century Virginia was vague because there were neither statutes nor common law doctrines defining enslavement. slavery existed without positive state sanction. Not until 1661 did the House of Burgess enact the first statute that obliquely recognized the existence of slavery. Not until 1661. Despite this legal ambiguity, a flourishing trade in Indians existed in the Chesapeake by 1640. As the people whom the courts now labeled as Indian slaves were bought and sold throughout Virginia and Maryland. To the Indian laborers present in the colony from the beginning, to the Indian laborers present in the colony from the beginning, the increasing tendency to label them slaves rather than servants was probably irrelevant, for coercion and force were always the realities of their existence, regardless of the law. The first group of Indian servants mentioned in the Virginia records, a group of Caribs imported from the Caribbean, were ordered hanged till they be dead after they allegedly attempted to kill several Anglo-Virginians and then fled to local tribes. Unsurprisingly, the court thereafter required bond that Indians would not run away. These early slaves came from several sources. One was captured in war, the primary justification for enslavement in the 17th century. The authorizations of several military expeditions in Virginia and Maryland specifically provided that captured natives would be the spoils of the financial backers. Another was court-ordered slavery, often the result of Indians' inability to pay fines for their wrongdoing. However, the evidence suggests that most frequently Indians were purchased from other Indians. While this sometimes consisted of explicit sale into slavery, often native parents indentured their children to work as slaves, usually for long terms. Now, what we always talk about this? We always talk about this. How a lot of our ancestors own nominal members of their families. We always touch on this. So that's just confirming it. So, anywho, in 1655, the Burgesses passed an act that legalized this process and allowed masters to agree with children's parents on the length of indenture. Ostensibly, the law was enabled to educate and assimilate native children, but later enactments acknowledged the exploitative reality. In 1658, the Assembly noted that sundry colonists have corrupted some of the Indians to steal and convey away some of the children of other Indians, and others who, pretending to have brought or purchased Indians of their parents, have violently and fraudulently forced them away, to the great scandal of Christianites and of the English nation. It further proclaimed that no person or persons whatsoever shall dare or presume to buy any Indian or Indians from or of the English upon pain of a substantial fine. Other laws barred masters from assigning or transferring their indentured Indian children to any other whatsoever, and prohibited traders who imported any Indians as servants from selling them for slaves or for any longer time than English of the like ages should be served by the Act of Assembly. These statutes simultaneously acknowledge the existence of Indian slaveries and attempt to redress it. Despite these aspirations, the evidence suggests that these laws, rarely enforced, did little to remedy the rampant exploitation of Indian servants. In one 18th century case, for instance, a Maryland man named Andrews faced a complaint that he had sold or otherwise disposed of an Indian boy, a son of one of 4 Friend Indians. The case revealed that James, the Indian in question, was not legally a slave, but rather a servant indentured in Virginia, whose father had received a horse bridle and saddle and 2 suits of cloths in return for 30 years of his son's labor. Andrews replied that it is a customary thing in Virginia for the Indians to work among the inhabitants and to indent them and to indent with them for a time or term of years. Although Andrews' claims failed to win over the Maryland court, Andrews was fined and imprisoned for a day. The case underscores the Virginian custom routinely flouted statutory prohibitions supposedly protected indentured native servants brought and sold in the open market, consigned, to servitude terms for far larger than the 5-year average for English of like ages, and rarely protected by a weak, disinterested state. Indians such as James easily slid from servitude into slavery.
Hold on. Go back up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Go back up real quick. Stop right there. Stop right there. It said consigned to servitude terms far longer than the 5-year average for English. So the English would be their own peoples, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So this would be your white indentured servant right here, right?
Mm-hmm. That's
okay.
why this article.
So when we say another thing too, y'all, when we say slaves, we talking about prisoners of war and indentured servants. Y'all just seen this Indian man right here put his son in indentured servitude for 30 years for some shit. I'm telling you, but y'all gonna make damn near 100 accounts tonight. Good word. Hey, put that thing on subscriber mode so they gotta subscribe before they can even drop a comment. You can do that, or I can do it real quick.
You gotta do it from yours, and I
got you. Go ahead. I got you.
All right. Hold up. Let's see. Participants, subscribers only. 20 minutes. So there it is. So boom. Where were we at? Okay, I went back up for you. So let's keep going. How they made Indians white. In the late 17th century, the colonial legislator attempted to clarify the ambiguities of Indian slavery by institutionalizing it. Previously, Indian bondage had existed largely outside the law. Indians who appeared before the court were assumed to be servants, even if they routinely served 30-year terms. In 1670, the Burgesses noted that some disputes have arisen whether Indians taken in war are servants for life or term of years, attempted to solve the conflict by creating two clear categories. All non-Christian servants who arrived in the colony by shipping, primarily Africans, but occasionally Indians arriving by sea, were decreed slaves for their lives. Those who came by land, usually hostile Indians, would serve until the age of 30, or if already adults, no longer than 12 years. The resolution distinguished the principle of Indian servitude from outright slavery, although savvy slave traders easily avoided its ambiguous provisions. This solution did not last. In 1676, Bacon's rebellion, triggered a paroxysm of violence and hatred against natives. To gain recruits, Bacon's assembly proclaimed that all Indians taken in war would be held and accounted slaves during life. Although this law repealed along with all of Bacon's laws, the legitimate assembly reenacted in 3 years later. Finally, in 1682, the Burgesses, recognizing the chaotic and unstable coexistence of these contradictory laws, explicitly repealed a former law making Indian and others free. Instead, the assembly declared that all Indians which shall be hereafter be sold by our neighboring Indians or any other trafficking with us as for slaves are hereby adjudged, deemed, and taken to be slaves to all intents and purposes. Any law, usage, or customer to the contrary notwithstanding. At last, the legislature had clarified the fraught legal status of Indian laborers. They would henceforth be slaves, not servants. The law of 1682 was the last time the House of Burgesses legislated for Indian servants or slaves alone. Afterwards, law addressed a single category of Negroes and other slaves. Virginia's slave codes of 1705 imposed restrictions not only on enslaved Africans and Indian, but on free people of color as well. Statutes lumped them into a single category of any Negro, mulatto, or Indian, prohibited them from holding office, owning slaves, or intermarrying with whites, and subjected them to 30 lashes for any resistance against whites. Indians with distinct tribal identities and cultures continue to exist in the Virginian legal imagination, but only outside of the confines of Anglo-American society, where they were subject of the statutes and treaties to regulate cross-cultural diplomacy and trade. By contrast, Indians within English society, whether slave or free, were relegated to an undifferentiated underclass along with Africans and mixed race people, where their race denied them the legal privileges of whiteness. Consigned to increasingly marginal economic importance amid the ever-expanding numbers of African slaves, enslaved natives blended into the plantation's Black community. But they want to keep bringing in these fucking Africans. But the natives allegedly blended into the plantation's Black community. Their persistence created a mixed race culture that diverged from the law's neat racial categories. These Indian descendants no longer represented a supposedly pure native culture, but many of them retained a communal memory of their roots that would prove invaluable in their later struggles for freedom. All right, let's keep going. Indian Africans and colonial's conception of race. The concept of race as a fixed biological identity did not exist when the Europeans settled in Virginia in the early 17th century. The English of that era perceived the difference primarily as a matter of culture, society, and especially religion. This tendency led them to regard Indians and Africans similarly as alien peoples with an odd and unfamiliar culture, most fundamentally as heathens. Their paganism legitimated, in English minds, the enslavement of both Indians and Africans after their capture in a just war. The principle of the era's Eurocentric law of nations undergirded the transatlantic slave trade and the enslavement of natives captured in Indian Virginia wars.
All right. So now right there is he comparing is he just comparing African slavery over there to Indian slavery? That's what I'm getting out of some of this shit that I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he's comparing the two, like from over there and over here.
Yeah, he's saying that Africans and Indians,
because ain't no Africans fighting no motherfucking American Indian war at all. For one. So they could be talking about in the wars that they had over there. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever wars they had over there, or whatever. Yeah. And this is also separating. So is this saying that these mixed Indians with the white folks got lumped into the Black Indians?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They're saying that, hold up, let me go back up and read it and make sure that it's clear.
Hey, listen, Federus, I don't care about nothing about A1, Holiday, Alabama, or nobody else, dog. We reading something. Ain't nobody say we were slaves. Prisoners of war. Not everybody was even prisoners of war, bro. We talking about the East Coast.
Yeah, and this is just
shit went on, bro. Shit went on. Other Indians capturing Indians. The problem is a lot of y'all motherfuckers come from these Indian chieftains and trace yourself to these Indian chieftains who was allying with them capturing other Indians. That's why a lot of y'all don't call out y'all chieftains. We fight like a motherfucker on this East Coast, all nothing but prisoners of war. Everything y'all reading is talking about indentured servitude, prisoners of war, bro. The fuck you talk? Matter of fact, I got something for you. I'm gonna ban your ass too. I don't give a fuck who y'all is. Good word. Any ops, I'm banning. If you got something oppish to say, and y'all don't really rock with you like that, and because I know you ain't, I don't know you like that. If I know you like that, that's something different. Like I give a fuck who you tail on. What the fuck? I'm a grown ass man. I'm a grown ass man. Good word.
And the sad thing is that
Crazy.
we're talking about
master
how
teachers. Matter of fact, let me put this out there. A1, Supreme Chief, none of them are my master teachers. And you can ask them that. I learned from them. I learned from everybody, even from dummies. But ain't none of them my master teachers, bro. That's from grandmama.
Dang, I should have said this to you. I gotta use the restroom.
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something.
I think to totally disregard slavery is insane.
Niggas who tell y'all not to motherfucking read and fuck books. I'm telling y'all, fuck them motherfuckers. Your boy got plenty of these shit. Plenty. Nothing but American Indian shit. From treaties on forth. Hold on, let me go get the other stack.
Yeah, let me go use the restroom while you doing that.
Yeah,
because
we got another stack. No, we really read. I don't need no man telling me their ideology when I can read my own shit and come up with my own thoughts. I respect people's shit because I respect their research. So I gotta respect it. But do we agree on everything? No. For real. And it's no problem with that. Let us handle our shit. We don't need no cheerleaders to go back and give false messages and shit. Them brothers know what I teach. Not even teach what I'm learning. Because I ain't teaching. We're going to figure this shit out together. Just trying to put some shit on your mind. A lot of shit happened on this East Coast.
A lot of shit. And to even
that
think
don't mean that happened to your brothers over there in them other y'all chieftains over there on the other side of the Appalachians. That don't mean that happened to y'all.
This is in Virginia.
This is in a small part of Virginia. That's one thing we got to understand. They're giving you the places where these things is occurring. It's not the whole state of Virginia what we see right now today, because the state of Virginia was not the size of it today. That's another thing you got to understand. When these people say they got colonies, it's not the whole state what we see today. That's why it was so many wars when they wanted to expand, when they was trying to expand westward into these other areas of the state. That's when they ran into more hostile Indians. But them motherfuckers was smart. They was fresh off the water where they can jump on their shit and get the fuck on through and get out in the water away from the goddamn coast and away from these wild ass Indians out of bow and arrow range. But go ahead, sis. If you back now, man. Yeah, y'all please stop that.
Yeah, because that's crazy to even think that it's not even about a slave ideology.
Listen, I don't care about nobody work who was out, bruh. I'm just now seeing all the back work that he put out because he just got his channel back. I just met brothers. The fuck? But I ain't new to the information. I've been at these books. What the hell? But anyway, I don't got to explain nothing to nobody. All I say is do something with my information, man. I came from the time where they say if you want to hide something from motherfuckers that look like us, put it in the book because they wasn't writing for us. The shit that they wrote for us got everybody indoctrinated right now. The Bible, the schoolwork. That's what they wrote for us. For us to learn. They didn't have none of these books in school for you to read in South Carolina. You know what I'm talking about? But go ahead, keep being your cheerleaders, dog. I don't care. Bring your master teacher. Shit. I don't care. I respect them niggas, but you know what I mean? Hey, I respect anybody who respect me. I tell you like that. I'm a grown-ass man. My bag, Nate. Yeah, the Bible is your information. My bag, Nate. Let me put some respect on your name, Nate. I got you,
I just
bro.
want to say something too, because people think that the only thing that you're supposed to read is everything's supposed to agree with you. No, that's stupid. Like, no, we're going to break down why the fuck is bullshit and where they're coming in with their fallacies and where it's wrong at. Period. Now we're going to talk about indentured servitude. We're going to talk about all of these things. These things actually did occur. Now we're not saying that the atrocity, like people was getting whipped. We're not saying we agree with everything. I'm like I said, this article is called "Making Indians White." This shit don't got nothing to do with all that other shit y'all in the chat talking about. A lot of y'all just got to step y'all game up.
It ain't even our main ones. We know who I don't know what you seeing on your side, but I damn near blocked. I'm blocked. I got a big bow and arrow. I'm shooting 3 at one time. Good word. I ain't timing out. I'm blocking. Make 50 accounts tonight. I ain't got no time.
I'm just saying, because there's no source that you're not going to find out here that's not going to touch on slavery. It don't matter. Just because you don't believe slavery didn't happen, that don't mean most of the sources that's out here is not going to touch on that, because it is. Because it is. Period. Y'all don't got to like it. That's the reality of shit. That's the reality of shit. And people were POWs, prisoners of war.
Right.
And that's what y'all missing.
Right.
These are people's opinion.
Shit. That's why I started. That's why, I started to just bring out all the goddamn wars first before I even started the American Indian slavery shit, because I know people wouldn't understand it.
Yeah.
But the first commodity was not tobacco. It was not no cotton. It was not no gold. It was the Indian. That was the first commodity in North America. Getting them motherfuckers to turn on each other. They've been done well good at it by the time they came over here, y'all. They had plenty practice other places. Plenty practice. They've been undone to them for a long goddamn time. You know what I'm saying? So they have plenty practice. They just didn't know they was going to go through 400 years of wars on this fucking East Coast. You know what I'm talking about? And on other sides of the Appalachian. You know what I mean? They just didn't know that. You know?
For sure. Like, that's just insane. You know what I'm saying? For people to think that no type of none of that was taking place when something was going on. There's a reason why we got to Pro South. There's a reason why we got to a lot of that shit.
There you go.
So it's like, come on now, y'all gotta stop. Stop being in denial. Stop the fuck shit. Yeah, a lot of y'all families own people. Yes. And these Africans that came over ain't you. They ain't you.
You know what hurts them? That it's a possibility that an Indian had owned their peoples.
Yeah.
That's what hurt them. That's what hurt them. See, we got a story of us getting reclassified into things. We the only people got reclassified now.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple times to fit a narrative.
Because initially, this is where I was going to go.
Now, since we going from the Indians to the whites, now we gonna go to the Indians, the color people. All right. Shout out to Raleigh, North Carolina. Sir Walter Raleigh, man. You know Raleigh, North Carolina. That's a good spot.
Right.
I love Raleigh. Let's go, sis. You're cooking.
We can go a lot of places tonight because how I see it is that we have to analyze all parts of the story.
Oh, hey, sis. Hold on real quick, okay? Before you go into this, let me show this real quick.
Go ahead.
Because I want to show this because this goes into what you was just talking about them getting turned white and then getting turned into mulattoes. So this right here is Indian mulattoes that defy the rule. Okay, that's translation. Inclusion of one is to include the others. So use in legal principle, if even one exception can be proven, it calls into question. So check it out, y'all. In this report, I will demonstrate the root meanings of the term mulatto, the legal basis that required census enumerators to lump all persons of mixed ancestry into the M category, and even touch on the political motivated use of the M label to separate non-reservation natives from their separate political status. So now the etymology of mulatto may derive from mulatto, the Spanish and the Portuguese word. The Spanish and the Portuguese version, which has origins in Latin, mulas, meaning mule, the offspring of a horse and a donkey. Other scholars trace mulatto to originating with the Arabic muwalad, which translate to a person of mixed ancestry. So now, if the Arabs are calling people of a mixed ancestry, who are these people of mixed ancestry over there? Okay, there has been an excessive recently of amateur historianism, politically motivating expert witnesses, and puppet string politicians who have, when addressing the various non-federally recognized Indian communities of the Southeast, regurgitated the following statement. Their ancestors were not recorded as Indian, but instead as mulatto. So these experts perpetuate the modern definition of the label, i.e., that a mulatto is a person with one black parent and one white parent, while blindly ignoring its historic usage. By assuming this reconstructive definition of the term, they regard the world's historic etymology as well as the widespread formal and informal use of mulatto to describe any person of mixed ancestry during the colonial and even well into the antebellum period. Walter Plecker, we know all about him, but go ahead, sis. Finish cooking.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. It's like we have to observe what people were talking about and how they're perceiving things in order for us to get an understanding, at least on this side of the tracks. You know, whatever other people doing, let them do them. We don't care who agree with what. That's not for them. It's not for them to agree with or not. We don't care. All right. So we all like to talk about the doctrine of discovery and the part religion played in this state, in the country, in the United States. Religion proved an unstable justification for slavery because enslaved Indians and Africans could negate English claims to their labor through conversion to Christianity, as they did in increasing numbers in the mid-17th century. Courts occasionally recognize this logic. And let's be clear too. I know anybody that's writing about history, because of the distortion and indoctrination of K through 12 academia and college academia, we don't expect them to not include Africans. They're going to include Africans whether we like it or not. There's not going to be too many sources out here that don't include these fucking Africans that they claim came, because that is the natural, and that's the natural consensus. So a lot of y'all got to just be able to discern, okay? And do a better job of trying to really listen instead of just, oh, just doing something about slavery. Like, yeah, I mean, indentured servitude, in my opinion, slavery, something took place. Something took place. Some of y'all families were slave owners. Some of your families wasn't. Go look into your own family to figure that shit out. Stop trying to put that on us. That we don't got nothing to do with that. Religion proved an unstable justification for slavery because enslaved Indians and Africans could negate English claims to their labor through conversion to Christianity, doctrine of discovery, as they did in increasing numbers in the mid-17th century. Courts occasionally recognize this logic, as in one instance when an Indian sold into slavery secured release by citing his desire for baptism. Such decisions led masters actively to discourage conversions among their slaves. Concerned by this perverse, disincentive to acculturate Africans and Indians, the Virginia Assembly in 1667 decreed that the baptism of slaves doth not exempt them from bondage. This statute allows masters to Christianize their slaves without fear, but it also elimination religion as the bright line distinction between slavery and freedom. The invention of race thus stemmed from the practical necessity for a sharp division between slavery and freedom that would endure even as Africans and Indians acculturated through the adoption of English language, culture, and religion. The core of the racial idea, the belief in innate differences grounded in nature, not culture, first developed among the colonists towards the Indians during the frequent wars that plagued 17th century Virginia. Virginian elites quickly adapted to support the growing institution of slavery by cultivating racial hostility against the Africans and Indians in their midst. By the 18th century, a host of statutes legally enforced the separation between whites of whatever class and the non-whites at the bottom of society, whether slave or free. The survival of Virginia's economy and society came to depend on the caste system, for it muted class conflicts between planters and poor whites by uniting them as a part of a common race of masters. At the same time, it isolated the dangerous mass at the bottom of the society behind the supposedly unbridgeable racial divide. The development of race had negative and positive implications for Virginia's natives. Legally, Indians were an undifferentiated part of the racially stigmatized underclass. Some free native descendants persisted on the fringes of Anglo-Virginian society, occasionally amassing substantial land holdings and achieving economic success. Still, more Indian descendants remained in slavery, the legacy of Bingham's rebellion. But the development of race also made it increasingly difficult for Virginians to argue that the Indians and Africans were the same. Because we ain't the same. In everyday encounters, Virginians distinguish between Indians and Africans and tended to view natives more favorably. Free and enslaved natives will recognize this growing divide between the law. which continued to homogenize all people of color into a single racial underclass, and popular white perceptions which regarded Indians more positively than Africans. Natives exploited this gap by exerting their Indianness. Free descendants of Indians leveraged their identity into successful claims for land and respect. For Indian slaves, their stakes were even higher. They sought to transform their ancestry into freedom. For a long time, they did not succeed, but in the late 18th century, the confluence of numerous factors finally allowed them to prevail. Indian freedom suits and racial determination. Slaves could not easily obtain legal freedom in colonial Virginia. The Assembly imposed ever-increasing restrictions on manumission. By the mid-18th century, a master could free his slaves only for meritorious service as judged by the colony's governor and his council. Even then, a free slave had to leave Virginia within 6 months upon the threat of a fine or for the owner. Upon the threat of a fine for the owner. These deterrents made manumission extremely rare in the 18th century Virginia, with only a few formal requests in any given decade. Slaves who were freed illegally, the same legal disabilities as Afro-Virginians, they would occasionally use claim to Indians to achieve some sort of relief. Bullshit.
Whoa. So they saying another person. So we got another Native American who the same, what is it? The same legal disabilities as Afro-Virginians, they could and occasionally did use claims of Indianness to achieve some relief. My God.
Mm-hmm. That's what they say. And that's how they cover it up. That's how they cover it up every time.
So now these are your abolitionist type motherfuckers, you know, coming along with this Afro shit. You know, Paul Cuffey type peoples, you know, Epsilon Jones. Yeah, Afro-Virginian. So are these, but hold up though. So what I'm wondering right now, sis, is that these so-called free Africans that they brought in 1619, did they turn around and enslave them motherfuckers? I mean, I'm just wondering because
white was a slave.
And depending on your complexion.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh man, this is crazy. That's why we're gonna dig deeper into this shit, because this shit has legality to it. So we can go and find these legal suits and shit like that and find out what that shit say? Pretending. We got the first pretendians. Oh shit.
That's ridiculous.
They did say that these Quakers now and these Pilgrims was black now. Also now. So hold up. Do we got the first pretendians and they got the nerve to call us pretendians? What? Yeah, right, Bad Saint. But you know their story goes 20-odd Negroes. But we found those 20-odd Negroes was free. They wasn't no slaves. They was Pilgrims too. They was Quakers too. Puritans. They was all of those. They was those too. They came from over there. They just call them African because of their complexion. See, that's what I'm saying. African ain't no different than Negro. What I'm starting to see now when we reading more is that they're using that term more as a label, as a descriptive, as a color. That's what I'm starting to see more and more, man. Because we go back and we start to look for these Africans and we not finding them. We finding people from the Caribbeans though.
Exactly.
Big facts.
And that's the whole hit. because they keep talking about these Africans that nobody can fucking connect to. And why would it be a sense of relief to claim Indianness instead of whiteness? Like, that's crazy. And that's what I'm saying. The story that they tell will never agree with us.
Right.
And that's why
Right.
this is important to read and show.
Big fat Sachi, especially Naviz, Frax, William Penn. Yeah, he was a damn slave. He got caught up. He got caught up in slave his damn self.
But yet, regardless of Africans, we got all these people being reclassified as colors and mulattoes. Regardless of this idea of Africans, we all know now that 1619 is erroneous. We all know that.
And hold up, that shit say the Connie Indian boy slave, last will and testament of Isaac Hagelman, been pretended. Pretendedly, nah, I'm just tripping. Pretendedly set free, you know what I mean? Pretendedly. So it's saying that he pretended like he set them boys free. I think we got this court document too. Like he act like he set them free and then changed their name into something else again, and then changed their name into something else again. I think we got mostly all these records that you're reading from Virginia. The ones that really stand out. Yeah, okay. Because I remember Tom. I remember Tom inside there too. Okay.
I just think it's diabolical as fuck. And it's like whoever's reading and doing the research, and that's why I always say it's important that, you know, we look at all of this. And what's this? Footnotes. Where the shit came from, where they found it at, the actual source. Because a person's going to write and paraphrase accordingly.
Correct, Enoch. Once anybody claimed goddamn Indian, they was on a different playing field. They were set free or whatever like that. So you had even these English goddamn white people claiming goddamn Indian to get out of servitude. Because remember now, after that law came out, you are what your mother are, well, which we already rolled by that, but they was like that indentured servitude thing, you are what your mother are. Some American Indian kids was born into that shit, some indefinitely. And you know what I mean? And that shit was sad, man. That shit was sad the way this shit go on, though, but it's all good.
Exactly. Like
right. Now, they definitely was indentured servants. Shit, I call them free. Right. Whoever they was coming, I say they all was free. You know what I mean? Or you saying they indentured servants from the islands and not from Africa, period? Okay. I can roll with that too. Yeah, you're right, Sachi. We find a bunch of evidence that say what we say, but why they can't? Correct. Because they will have to go to Ivan Van Sertima. They will have to go to John Henry Clark. They will have to go to Lewis Gates. Henry Louis Gates and them boys.
What Louis Gates say?
What the DNA?
What Gates say?
Ain't Henry Louis Gates is the DNA dude?
He with the transatlantic slave trade bullshit too.
Total number of Africans.
Exactly.
Directly
That's who they got to go to get their information.
Over the course of the entire transatlantic slave trade. Of new black migrants, ushered in by these immigration reforms, hailed from a wide spectrum of sub-Saharan African countries. Settling in cities and suburbs across the country, they entered the American workforce at every level.
Let's play that one more time. For
the number of sub-Saharan Africans who willingly migrated to the United States in the decade between 1990 and 2000 was larger than the total number of Africans shipped directly to the United States over the course of the entire transatlantic slave trade. Of new black migrants, ushered in by these immigration reforms, hailed from a wide spectrum of sub-Saharan African countries. Settling in cities and suburbs across the country, they entered the American workforce at every level.
So we don't got to keep saying it.
Shit.
We don't got to keep saying it. We don't got to keep saying it. It's plenty of sources out here that saying Indians went from being Indian to call color people. But the particular last source we was reading was about Indians becoming white. That's what it's about. So you got to go through the history of shit. Everything not going to agree with you. We don't agree with everything that we read, but we read for understanding. And I just think people are so stupid. Not stupid. Yeah, stupid. That they can't even see. Okay. I got all this highlighted. I must have was down here somewhere.
Yeah, that was just the little footnotes that you highlighted from the law
So they
review.
got little sources where they get this shit from. But when you write papers, you also include your own thoughts in it.
Big facts, big facts, big facts. Urban Engine, what's going on? My dog. Bad Saint. Hey.
You have that information on backlog,
Huh?
Robin?
Oh, yeah. Do I got it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You want me to pull it up?
Yeah.
Right there. I already got it right there, but this on the screen. That's what you talk about? Robin Indian?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yep. This wait, you want okay. Robin Indian filed against Major Chamberlain next court. February 12th. Hold up. Let me scroll up some. I think I missed the first part of Robin. Oh, here we go. So this is in Virginia. This is definitely Virginia. Goochland County, Virginia. So we right here, y'all. They try to tell me to stop using this source. Stop using your hand. Thomas Chamberlain brings before this court his servant mulatto man Robin, and informed the court that he hath several times run away. Ordered to serve 1 year from release date. Robin filed against Mayor Chamberlain. So ain't no slave can file no court document, can't file no lawsuit against nobody, y'all. All right. We all know this, right? Correct? We all know this, right? An indentured servant can, but not a slave. If y'all want to take the slave name out of character. All right. So they're using servant and slave synonymous as they reading, but these are servants. That's why they're able to file court documents against their indentured servant. So Robin ordered free from Thomas Chamberlain service at the end of the year service. This is February 12th. We right here now, y'all. So now a year later, in March, Thomas Chamberlain against his servant, Robin Mulatto. All right. So now he was a mulatto man at first, right here, in May of 1712. All right. But in February 1712, Robin was an Indian. Now, in March 1713, this Thomas Chamberlain filed a suit against Robin the Mulatto. Now he just put the mulatto in the back as a name now, pretty much. Has unlawfully been absent for himself for 16 weeks. All right, so now here's the description. What my sister just got through reading about Robin earlier and telling you about how the law was pretty much perpetuated. That's what she was reading. And it's perpetuated because they are given these cases. Robin is described as mulatto until he is determined to be illegally held as a slave. Then he is described as an Indian. Use of the term influenced by his servitude. His former master tactfully uses the term mulatto to influence the court to return him to slavery. So now Indian freed you. She just read it, claiming Indianness. But now they're using mulatto to keep you enslaved. You also was reading about Tom, right, sis? 1737. Tom, a mulatto or musty, setting forth that he is the grandson of a white free woman and has just had his right to freedom by his master, Alexander Trent, contrary to law or equity, detains him in slavery. The term mulatto and musty are used here interchangeable. All right. Was it another one, sis, or you haven't got to another one yet? I don't think you got to no other name yet that I saw. I don't think you got to no other name yet that I saw. Go ahead.
And I just want people to keep it in mind, you know what I'm saying? When we read a lot of this stuff, these are modern day terms being used. People writing shit back in time, the typical same shit. But we need to understand how the law was used against people who were Indians. And you're not going to just claim you were Indian only to get this idea of so-called relief. No. Who the fuck is out here lying about being an Indian? And that's the type of shit they like to put on us. To make it seem like our folks was lying about who they was. God.
Hold on, was that the real Gideon? If that was the real Gideon, can you clip some of this up and put it in 10 and 20-minute video form? Okay. Yeah, that's this. Somebody asked, can you clip this up and put it in video form, 10 to 20-minute video form? Remember, I told you, you know what I mean? Yeah. About how long you go. What's up with that other one you got?
Oh, let's go into it.
If that's the real Gideon, man, 1,000 pardon, man. But that looked like Yarden. That looked like Yurden. That looked like that troll. So my bad, 1,000 pardon if that's you, man. I'll unban you if that's you.
From Indians to colored people, the problem of racial categories and the persistence of Chowans in North Carolina. A defeat in years-long engagement with English colonists in 1677 ushered in a momentous political and social change for the Chowan people of eastern North Carolina. Since the arrival of Sir Walter Raleigh's contingent at the end of the 16th century, the Chowans have remained sovereign in the face of colonists' encroachment on their land. Yet the terms of the 1677 settlement with the English set the Chowans on the path to political collapse and led to the surrender of all their land claims. The 1677 treaty terms transformed the Chowans.
Chowans.
Oh, whatever. Chowans, Chowans.
Yeah, it's all good. yeah. That's Chowans. I can see it now. Yeah.
From a self-governing collective into a tributary reservation Indians under the authority of the colonial government. Noting the political decline of the Chowans through the 17th and 18th centuries, William S. Powell, in the time-tested narrative of North Carolina history, assumed that the Chowans were extinct by 1820. In reality, as this article shows, Chowans descendants continue to live near their homeland after this point, and a few Chowan descendants still live on the lands once part of the Chowan Reservation or Chowan. Wait, how you say that shit? Modern historians have overlooked the Chowan's persistence because the local government classified Chowan descendants as colored persons instead of Indians during the late 18th century and during the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Since the late 1980s, a small group of scholars has begun to uncover the lives of Native people documented simply as people of color and connected the histories of people categorized as Indians with those classified as colored. The article builds on the work and links that the legacy of the Chowan Indians to the lives of their colored descendants. Yet, unlike some of these studies, this article goes beyond viewing the recategorization of the Chowans and like groups as a form of documentary genocide or denial of the Indianness of Indians, and instead demonstrates that the racial categories are inherently unreliable markers of social cohesion and ancestral connections. Hold up. This article builds on that work and links that the legacy of the Chowan Indians to the lives of their colored descendants. Yet, unlike some of these studies, this article goes beyond viewing the recategorization of the Chowans and like groups as a form of documentary genocide or a denial of the Indianness of Indians, and instead demonstrates that racial categories are inherently reliable markers of social cohesion and ancestral connections. Indians, colored, and other concepts are constructs of the imagination, not cogent signifiers of human difference. As sociologists have explained, race, ethnicity, and nationality exist only in and through our perceptions, interpretations, representations, classifications, categorizations, and identifications. As sociologists have explained, race, ethnicity, and nationality exist only in and through our perceptions, interpretations, representations, classifications, categorizations, and identifications. They are not things in the world, but perspectives on the world. Indian as an imagined concept originates from the colonial encounter and the desire to distinguish collectively the indigenous people of the Americas from Europeans. The recategorization of the Chowans from Indians to colored persons is an example of what Anne Lord Stoller describes as when common sense rubrics of racial differentiation failed to work. The Indian of Europeans' imagination simply could not encompass the variety of political and social changes that Chowans and other Native peoples have experienced from the colonial period through the present. Local officials in Gates County, North Carolina, the site of the Chowan Reservation, and other northeastern North Carolina localities where Chowan descendants live, classified Chowan descendants as people of color instead of Indians for reasons related to changes in the Chowans' political status and life ways. When Europeans first began to use Indian as a collective racial label for Native peoples, they developed sets of characteristics they believe made Indians distinct from other people. In the minds of Europeans, Indians were bound to specific lands as shown by the many maps produced during the earliest years of colonization. Map makers linked Native people's names with certain pieces of land. As long as they remained on those lands or the reservations exchanged for those lands, European settlers believed they existed as distinct groups and maintained an essential, quote, Indian quality. In turn, Native peoples who no longer possessed these lands could no longer be Indians under the colonizer's definition. Colonial and early national officials believed that landless Indians could not be Indians at all. Without a land base, they lost the feature that distinguished them from other non-white peoples. After their defeat in 1677, the Chawans endured a long series of land confiscations that would eventually leave them without collective ownership of their reservation land holdings. Together, these events caused the Chowan neighbors to perceive them as no longer, quote, Indians and justify their recategorization. So people were being fucking reclassified as colored because they didn't no longer own their lands, or their lands was confiscated from them. And if they weren't a part of any type of land or owned land, then they weren't Indians. Now we know what happened when some people pumped on over to Oklahoma, and a lot of us who stayed behind, we all know what happened. We was recategorized. Period. When the English arrived in their territories, the Chowans were one of the strongest nations in the region. Theodore de Bry's 1519 map shows that they maintained at least 5 towns along the Chowan River. During his trip to the region in the 1580s, English explorer Ralph Lane estimated that they possessed 700 fighting men at the town of Chawanook. Traveling through Chowan territory in 1622, writer John Porty described their lands as rich in resources. After 1677, however, oh yeah, I hate that it's turned this way. But then y'all can see the map. You see that say Virginia across there. And what else? Yeah, it's a pretty
Sis, can you turn this map? Can you turn it?
I don't know.
It's upside down to us, to me.
It's upside. Oops, it's upside down to me too.
Yeah, now it's right.
No, it's still upside down.
Yeah, it should be a rotator on there. The rotated, because the writing is even at the bottom. Probably when you click onto it.
Yeah, there's no way you can rotate that. Not on here. Not on JSTOR.
I bet we just gonna have to find that. Yeah, I'll find the map. I'll find it.
Theodore de Bry's 1519 map shows the territory held by the Chowans at the beginning of the English colonization. Through warfare, purchases, and encroachment, European colonists and their descendants would eventually seize most of this land from the Chowans.
Okay, so they are ancient chieftains. So 1590, this will be Virginia then at this time. It wouldn't even be North Carolina. Okay, all right, I got you. I'm on point now. I got you. I got my bearings now. This would be the bottom half of Virginia, what later turns into part of South Carolina. I mean, North Carolina, my bad. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Okay, hold up. However, North Carolina's colonial government confiscated much of the Chowans' homeland and left them with a 12 square mile strip of land on Bennett's Creek in Chowan County, now Gates County. Before the end of the century, their white neighbors began to encroach upon their lands, and the colonial government refused to survey the boundaries of the reservation, which further reduced the Chowans' land holdings. In 1694, the Chowans complained to the colonial officials about settlers trespassing on their reservation lands. The officials responded by declaring the settlers could move no farther onto the Chowan territory, but the colonists eventually seized all of the Chowan land. By the first decade of the 18th century, only 6 square miles of the original reservation remained under Chowan control. The colonists continued to threaten the Chowan and their Bennett's Creek reservation by falsely accusing them of unwarranted hostility and aggression. In 1702, 8 of the Chowans' neighbors complained that the general court that the Chowan Indians having their hunting quarters upon some of their petitioners' land aforesaid, therefore, though pretend the said lands to be theirs, notwithstanding the patents and grants aforesaid. They charged the Chowans with destroying their stocks, burning their houses, and other hostilities. The petitioners sought a remedy that would affirm their rights to the land in dispute. But they also seemed to understand that the Chowans had a clear rationale for their attacks. the colonists recognized that the Indians were under the colonial government's protection and no Englishman ought to seat within 4 miles of their town. Even without a survey, the Chawans asserted their rights to particular pieces of territory and sought to defend those areas from settler encroachment. The petitioners, however, tried to use the uncertainty of the Chawans' territory boundaries to their own benefit by claiming the disputed territory land that Chawans viewed as part of their reservation. The Chawans, whatever, neighbors used their petition as a way to claim land they knew belonged to the Chawans by refining the Chawans' attempts to protect their reservation as a tax on settlers. The petition sought to appear lawful and cooperative, suggesting that they wanted to purchase their right, if any, to the land in order to continue peace and tranquility with said Indians. But for the rest of the 18th century, the colonists manipulated the legal system to challenge the Chawans' title to their land and to claim parts of the reservation. The Chawans sought to clarify the boundaries of the reservation in order to protect their land. After the Tuscarora-English conflict of the 1710s, John Hitler, acting as leader of the Chawans, petitioned the colonial government for a settlement of the Bennett's Creek Reservation's boundaries. Hitler contended that, his name was Hitler, not Hitler, y'all. Hitler contended that the colonists owed the Chawans the settlement of the boundaries after the Chawans had suffered great losses in supporting the colonists against their Indian enemy, the Tuscarora. He clearly understood that the original agreement between the Chawans and colonists guaranteed that the Chawans a 12 square mile reservation. Nevertheless, he was willing to accept 6 square miles if clearly allotted. After decades of ignoring the Chawans' appeals, the Colonial Council granted Hitler's request and ordered a survey of the reservation tract. Without scruples, the colonial government allowed a survey that pushed the Chawans onto the worst acreage of the original land grant. Following the survey, Hitler complained that no part or parcel of ye said land in ye said tract laid out will produce corn, being all pines and sands and deserts. This was a problem because the land grant for the reservation required the Chawans to pay a yearly tribute in corn. He also believed that the tract surveyed was not 6 miles square. Although the Chawans held only the worst part of their original claim after the survey, neighboring colonists continued to pursue additional parcels of the reservation. By the 1730s, colonists sought to purchase Chawan lands outright. Likely desperate for the money to procure supplies and foodstuffs, the Chawans sold several tracts. In 1733, Thomas Hitler, considered at least by the colonists as the chief of the Chawans, with James Bennett, Jeremiah Pushings, Thomas Pushing, Charles Beasley, John Redding, and Noose Will, participated in at least 6 land sales. The largest tract sold during this year was a 500-acre parcel purchased by James Hinton for £100. Further, each purchased 200 acres from the Chawans. Ward paid the Chawans £60 for his tract, while the Chawans received double the amount for the same number of acres from Freeman. The Chawans also sold Henry Hill 50 acres for £50. Thomas Taylor's purchase of 100 acres for £200 was the most anyone paid for Chawans for the land that year. So I'm guessing right here, this document might be some type of bill of sale. The land sales of 1733 were just the beginning of several likely desperate sales by the Chawans. For the next 2 years, Thomas Hitler, James Bennett, Jeremiah Pushings, Charles Beasley, John Robbins, Noose Will, John Bailey, and John Redding, referred to in several deeds as chief men of the Chawan Indians, sold additional land. All these people is colonizers that then took over these folks' land. All land sales by the Chawans legally require the approval of the colonial government. In an alleged attempt to curb the colonists' abilities to seize native lands without proper payment and title, North Carolina officials passed an act banning white men from purchasing those lands without permission from the governor and governor's council under the penalty of 20 pounds per 100 acres. A 1735 meeting of the North Carolina Governor's Council fulfilled this requirement and approved 10 of the deeds recorded between 1733 and 1735. Late in the same year, the council approved an 11th deed to Colonel Henry Bonner. The territory under the Chowan control continued to decline in the 1740s with sales to two of the Chowan's most aggressive neighbors. For several decades, Aaron and Ephraim Blanchard had challenged their land's rights. In 1717, John Hitter had reported that Blanchards to colonial officials for their encroaching on the Bennett's Creek Reservation. During a 1735 meeting, the governor's council ordered Aaron to release a patent for the reservation, which he had kept from the Chowans, who were the patent's rightful owners. Yet in 1745, the Chowans finally conceded to the Blanchards' long-term desires. 2 decades after the original deed was allegedly signed by the Chowans, the Chowan County clerk recorded a deed from Thomas Hitter and James Bennett to the Blanchards. In that transfer, the Chowans ceded 460 acres of reservation land. Whatever the circumstances that led to the transaction, according to the law, the sale was not binding without approval of the governor's council. Nonetheless, officials never took action to enforce the law on behalf of the Chowans. The Chowan County clerk recorded another equally questionable deed of sale in 1745 that led to an even greater loss for the Chowan people. The recorded deed explained that in 1744, Thomas Hitter and John Robbins, in exchange for 100 pounds, transferred 640 acres of the reservation to Henry Hill. After the sale, James Bennett complained to the colonial officials that his fellow Chowans had no right to sell the reservation lands. The governor's council called Henry Hill, Thomas Hitter, and John Robbins in order to discuss the situation. Whether the council met any of the men is unclear, but the deed remained on the books in the Chowan County without any change noted in the agreement. By the 1750s, the Chowan living on the reservation had dwindled to only a few families, which likely forced the Chowans to sell more land in order to survive. By this period, the population on the reservation had fallen to a point that mounting any type of defense against encroaching colonists, as the Chowans had done at the beginning of the century, would have been nearly impossible. A population census of native peoples counted only 2 men, 3 women, and 2 children left among the Chowans. The 2 men counted most likely were James Bennett and John Robbins, the only Chowan signatories of deeds during the decade. On May 27, 1754, the Chowans, with the assistance of Henry Hill, sold 150 acres running along Bennett's Creek to their longtime neighbor Jacob Hinton for 20 pounds. In 1754 and 1755, Bennett and Robbins sold 2 tracts of land, one containing 200 acres and another encompassing 100 acres land, to Richard Freeman. The Chowans received only 20 pounds and 12 pounds respectively for the tracts. North Carolina Governor Arthur Dobbs and his council never approved any of these deeds as required by law, but no record exists that shows that these sales were contested. Illegal sales of the Chowan territory carried on into the 1760s and 1770s and further diminished reservation sources. In 1760, the Chowan clerk recorded a land sale from James Bennett to Chowan nemesis Aaron Blanchard, exchanging 600 acres of land for 35 pounds. Nearly 3 years later, the clerk recorded in another deed between James Bennett and James Bennett Jr. and Amos Bennett, all described as Chowan Indians. And Alicia Hunter was transformed 700 acres of reservation land containing marsh and Parkinson in exchange for 4 pounds. In 1770, the clerk recorded a similar deed transferring 640 acres from the 3 Chowan men to the Thomas Garrett for a slightly better rate of 15 pounds. This sale violated not only North Carolina law, but also a general order issued by the British authorities that required approval from the Board of Trade for all land sales from Indians. After these sales, James Bennett Jr. and Amos Bennett no longer appear in Chowan County records. From this point, women and children appear to have been the only Chowans still inhabiting from the reservation. like deeds recorded in 1740s and 1750s. None of these transfers was approved by colonial authorities. 20 years after the transaction involving the Bennetts, some of the Chowans neighbors decided to pursue remnants of the reservation and end all collective claims of the Chowans. A final sale, which officials completed in 1792, led to the termination of the Chowan reservation. In 1790, William Lewis and Samuel Harrell pushed a few young Chowan men to cooperate in the transference of the last vestiges of the reservation. That year, representatives drew up a conveyance between James Robbins, Benjamin Robbins, George Bennett, and Joseph Bennett, all described as chief men and representatives of the Chowan Indian nations of the county of Gates, and William Lewis and Samuel Harrell transferring all the remaining reservation land in exchange for 100 Spanish milled dollars. Obscuring the reliability of the information contained in the deed is a note in the deed book referencing the Chowans signing of the deed. Only 3 of the 4 Chowans mentioned in the transfer actually signed the deed. According to the note, Benjamin Robbins was not present at the deed signing. James Robbins signed on his behalf. The deed claims that the Chowans remain an Indian nation, and although the sale, like many others before it, appeared to be legal, the federal government alone was empowered to deal with Indian nations. Thus, the transaction was illegal. Yet, Lewis and Harrell sought to obscure the illegality of the sale by consulting with the General Assembly and seeking its approval for the sale. Obtaining approval from the state would at least meet the precedent of other land transfers approved by the Carolina government during the colonial period and make the state a party in any later objection to the land sale. Okay. If they ever happen to come up in federal court, Lewis and Harrell sent a petition to the General Assembly asking for the approval of the 1790 land sale in an attempt to describe the remaining Chowans as legitimate holders of the land and at the same time not truly Indians. They explained that the whole of the said Chowan Indian men is dead, leaving a parcel of Indian women which has mixed blood with Negroes. They love to say this. They love to say this. It's like, instead of acknowledging that these people were actually of a certain type of pedigree or descent, it's got to be a mixture for them. Okay. So leaving a parcel of Indian women, which has mixed with Negroes, and now there are several freemen and women of mixed blood, as aforesaid, which have descended from the SD Indians. Maybe Lewis and Harrell believed describing the Chowans as such will persuade. Maybe Lewis and Harrell believed describing the Chowans as such will persuade the General Assembly to ignore the mandate of the federal government in transaction with the Indians, emphasizing that Chowans had mixed with Negroes would have convinced state representatives that the Chowans were no longer true Indians. Lewis and Harrell's mixed blood claim was part of their strategy to dispossess the Chowans, not necessarily an accurate reflection of the Chowans' familial patterns, for no other documents support or refute their contention. Let's go. In 1792, the General Assembly and Governor Alexander Martin ignored federal law. So look, let's go back. Because it's so many instances in history where they were trying to usurp people's lands from them, and they were always making these claims that they were mixing with the Negroes. So they not Indians, they not this, they not that. This type of shit was really going on. This shit was really going on. This shit was really going on. No, read, dumbass. Maybe Lewis and Harrell believed describing the Chowans as such would persuade the General Assembly to ignore the mandate of the federal government in transactions with the Indians, emphasizing that the Chowans had mixed with Negroes would have convinced state representatives that the Chowans were no longer true Indians. Shut up, dumbass. Lewis and Harrell's mixed blood claim was part of their strategy to dispossess the Chowans, not necessarily an accurate reflection of the Chowans' familiar patterns, for no other documents support or refute their contentions. Shut your dumb ass up.
Hold on.
Shut
Whoa.
your dumb ass
Hold on.
up, YK. You're dumb.
Hold on, sis. Do we need to also do this? Do we need to let them know what the fuck a Negro is and at this motherfucking time? Since they won't talk that shit, let's let them see what a Negro is. Let's let them see what this goddamn judge say right here. First of all, Negroes with Indians getting classified as Negroes. But hold up, right here.
Shut up. It was there.
Let's go right here, baby. This is during your time, what you're reading. Right here. North Carolina Joint Senate and House Committee. Robeson County. This is North Carolina too. Senate. Half of the color population. And he's actually talking to somebody, y'all. You know what I mean? In this right here. So the Senate and Leach is talking to each other. Yes, sir. Half of the color population of Robeson County were never slaves at all. The Senate said, what are they? Are they Negroes? Well, sir, I desire to tell you the truth. As far as I can see, I don't know what they are. I think they are a mixture of Spanish and Portuguese and Indian.
I think.
You think they are mixed Negroes and Indians? So who is the Negro right here that he's calling them?
Let's go. Stop playing with us.
Quit playing, man. Quit playing.
Look at
We got the
shit.
court documents of what they referring
Stop
to.
playing with
We
us.
got these court documents. For real.
Stop playing with us.
Stop playing. But go ahead, sis. Finish cooking. We don't have to pay no attention to that. We got everything to back up what we need to talk about.
Nigga, that's
Let's go.
Cherry picking. You're cherry picking. Clearly, you were not listening to the read. You were not listening to the read. You were not listening to the read. Period. Fuck wrong with them. They clearly sitting over there saying this is what they thought. This is what their assertion was. Whole time the people are just who they are.
Shout out to the Robesons. Shout out to the Lumbies. You know what I mean? Shout out to all them boys out there. Feel me?
Fuck wrong with
Let's go,
us.
sis.
Sitting out here saying whatever. When we clearly know that they said that these people said that they were Negroes. Does that mean they were Negroes? Does that mean
Now
they were mixed? This is an
now they-
assumption.
Right. So now they see why we're trying to dodge all of these names, except Indian, because it takes you away from the land.
Yep.
Once they say you mix with something else, you dead out here. So y'all once claiming that African American, when y'all get deported, don't reach back for us. We want to stay in the bucket. Y'all get the hell on. Don't reach back for me. Let this motherfucking crab stay in the bucket, homeboy. I got a good life in this motherfucker. I'm from here. The hell?
Not necessary.
And this is 1792, and I just showed you a court document in the 1800s where they still didn't know what a Negro was. A Negro, what is he, Portuguese and Spanish?
Exactly. What the fuck are they saying, bro? Shut up. You're dumb. You are dumb.
Let's go, man. No attention needed. No attention
Dumbass
needed.
nigga.
Let's go.
1792, the General Assembly and Governor Alexander Martin ignored federal law and approved the sale of the last pieces of the Bennett Creek Reservation, ending the reservation period for the Chowans and setting up the rationale for the story of their disappearance. The deed for the land sale was the last time Gates County officials clearly defined any Chowan descendants as Indian. The final land sale signified to their neighbors that the Chowans, who no longer fit the stereotype that Indians were uniquely bound to the land, were not truly Indians, but simply colored people. In the minds of local record keepers, the Chowans' descendants remained, but no one they perceived as Indians lived in Gates County. Changes in political coherence and life ways provided local officials with further justifications to classify the Chowans as people of color instead of Indians. Defeat in the War of the 1670s made the Chowans tributaries to the royal government and forced Chowans in the early 18th century to consult with North Carolina officials in order to express grievances about settler encroachment. During the reservation period, the Chowans experienced internal political collapse and lost control of their own affairs. Through the last years of the reservation, the Chowans depended on the local county court to adjudicate disputes with colonists, as well as to settle internal quarrels. By the end of the 18th century, they were no longer political sovereigns, but the subjects and dependents of local elites. Similarly, alterations in dress, housing, social networks, and labor practices demonstrated to local officials that the Chowans were moving further away from the earlier traditions that non-natives perceived as Indian. Some Europeans and their American descendants did not believe that Indian life ways could evolve, but the Chowans were never stagnant. Instead, they adapted to changing circumstances. Individual Chowans and their descendants made choices based on what they believed to be best for their futures and those of their families. They did not seek to conform to local officials' definitions of Indian for the sake of maintaining a specific racial category. By the first decades of the 1700s, the Chowans had already adopted many European farming techniques and raised livestock like their colonist neighbors. Soon after the end of North Carolina's war against the Tuscaroras, John Hitter described many of the agricultural goods produced by his people, including articles that would have been unheard of by his ancestors before contact. Among his lists were hogs and horses, which the Chowans raised along with fruit orchards and corn. The Chowans had also began to use fences to protect their livestock and crops and mark the boundaries of their land. This practice, along with raising livestock, marked an evolution in Chowan agricultural techniques, but it did not mean that the Chowans rejected their older farming ways. Instead, they adopted methods that would allow them to survive in a rapidly changing world. As new generations rose and older ones faltered, the Chowan neighbors may have perceived them as different from their ancestors. Yet, in many ways, the Chowans of the 1700s were the same as those who came before them. I mean, it is uncertain when the Chowans incorporated Christianity into their lives. But by the 1710s, the Chowans had learned some of the basic tenets of that religion. In 1712, Giles Rainford, an English missionary who stayed
Whoa, sis.
What?
Hold up. What that say right there? It is uncertain when the Chowans incorporated what?
Christianity into their lives.
Oh, religion, huh? Something that was brought here, huh? Okay, let's go.
Crazy work. I just love what they said back there previously. These colonists can say, oh, they mix with Negroes, they're not Indians. They can just say that. They can just say that, and that's the truth, right?
Yeah, but why you going back up there? What happened? We just killed that.
No,
who's you talking to? I can't see certain things.
Can
you see different chats on your side?
I'm not talking to nobody.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking to the audience, but I'm not talking to nobody.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say, damn, you see it.
And for them to say that, no, I'm trying, let me connect it.
Okay.
And for them to say that, and then they turn around and say, right here, that yet in many ways, the Chowans of the 1700s were the same as those who came before them. They were the same. So it don't matter. It is uncertain when the Chowans incorporated Christianity into their lives, but the 1710s, the Chowans had learned some of the basic tenets of that religion. In 1712, Giles Rainford, an English missionary who stayed in Chowan Indian town for 5 months, reported that I had several conferences with one Thomas Hitter, the king of the Chowan Indians, who seemed very inclinable to embrace Christianity and proposed to send his son to school to Sarum to have him taught to read and write by way of foundation in order to a further proficiency for the reception of Christianity. During these conferences, Rainsford offered to teach Hitler's son, but Hitler declined until a general peace was concluded between the Indians and Christians. Whether Rainsford eventually had the opportunity to teach Hitler's son is unclear. However, Rainsford noted that even before his visit, the Chowans had previously demonstrated some knowledge of the Christian religious narrative. In his correspondence, Rainsford explained that Hitler already had some notions of Noah's flood. Hitler's understanding of the biblical Noah undoubtedly resulted from over a century of contact and exchange between the Chowans and Europeans. Akin to other native peoples with generations of contact with European colonists, the Chowans slowly integrated their neighbors' forms of dress into their lives. In The Natural History of North Carolina, written and published in the 1730s, John Brickell described how the Chowan leader, Thomas Hitler, and the people, along with the other leaders of the civilized Indians, presented themselves to North Carolina's royal governor at the tribute ceremonies. Like the leaders of the neighboring Tuscaroras and Yulepims, Thomas Hitler adopted the colonists' dress when visiting the governor. Brickwell wrote that Hitler wore a soldier's red coat dress. However, a soldier's red coat, waistcoat, and breeches, with all of the conveniences for wearing apparel. This dress, however, was only for special occasions. Hitler did not wear these garments on the reservation. Those people who accompanied Hitler to the meetings with the governor also adopted colonist dress. Brickell observed that a woman in Hitler's entourage wore a petticoat and decorated her hair with a variety of colorful materials. By dressing in this fashion during tribute meetings, the Chowans displayed their keen understanding of the colonists' ways and the value of dressing in a manner designed to convey equality. By this period, Hitler's dress in particular had become the preferred ceremonial outfit of native leaders along the Atlantic seaboard. Unlike the ceremonial use of colonists' dress, the adoption of colonist housing styles altered the daily life patterns of the Chowans. Like his counterparts, Thomas Blount of the Tuscarora and John Durant of the Yulepim, Thomas Hitler lived in what Brickell described as a house fashioned and built after the manner that the Christians built theirs. The adoption of the neighbor's dwelling style likely connected to a change in the Chowan movement patterns. Forced into the relatively small reservations, the Chowans and other eastern North Carolina native peoples had become sedentary like the colonists. Dwellings had to last for many years, and for that reason, the Chowans probably modeled their homes after the sturdy, efficient structures built by the colonists. An even more important alteration was the Chowans' weakening political situation. Before gaining tributary status in the late 1600s, the Chowans had dealt with issues of justice in their own manner, with little interference from the colonists. After their submission to the colonial government, Chowans became increasingly dependent on colonial institutions to settle their disputes. Since becoming a tributary people, the Chowans had regularly consulted with colonial officials in order to settle problems between themselves and colonists. During the early 1700s, the Chowans took their grievances to the top of the colonial government hierarchy. In 1720, John Hitler presented the case of Willoughby, apparently a Chowan, to the governor's council. Willoughby sought payment from James Sitterson, a colonist who had purchased a slave at Court Sound from Willoughby. Not long after Willoughby's case, however, the local courts took over disputes between the Chowans and colonists. From the 1730s onward, the Chowan County and Edenton District Courts dealt with the civil disputes between Chowans and the colonists. The removal of the governor's council from legal contests between the Chowans and colonists symbolized a change in the colonial government's view of the Chowans as a separate political entity. The governor's council's involvement in cases between natives and colonists represented an attempt on the part of the colonial administrators to treat the Chowans as a least partially sovereign or dependent nations. The transfer of cases involving natives to the local court, however, signified that the colonial government no longer believed that Chowans deserved political distinction. The Governor's Council in action forced the Chowans to seek justice in a system not of their making, and most importantly, face juries of colonists who were not their allies or peers. Come on now. Between 1755 and 1758, James Bennett appeared in the Chowan County and Edenton District Courts to settle disputes with his neighbors, Henry Hill and Thomas Walton. Bennett sued both men for debts, only to see the courts dismiss his case and impose all court costs on him. In 1757 and 1758, William Sumner, a colonist, brought suit in the Chowan County Court against Bennett for £10. Disputes over money followed Bennett into his last days on the reservation. In 1771, Timothy Walton presented a promissory note to the Chowan County Court for £2 and 14 shillings, allegedly signed by James Bennett. By the 1730s, the Chowans and their native neighbors began to use colonial courts not only to resolve disputes between themselves and colonists, but also to settle problems between individual native people. Cases in the colonial court between native people symbolize a serious limitation in the Chowans' political structure and the dissolution of the Chowans' political distinctiveness compared to other non-white people. The Chowan had become more like a subject people than members of a sovereign entity. In 1736, Thomas Durant, an Indian, sued the Chowan John Robbins for a debt of £8 and 10 shillings. Durant presented to the court a promissory note drawn up on February 8, 1733 or 4, and signed by John Robbins and several witnesses, including the Chowans, Thomas Hitter, James Bennett, and Charles Beasley, as well as the Yupian leader, John Durant. This promissory note appears to have been a document drawn up between individuals from two independent native groups. Yet, in the end, Thomas Durant called on the local court to mediate the dispute. The involvement of local courts in the Chowans dispute dealt a severe blow to the Chowan political sovereignty, but the local court's determination to invade Chowan's home life caused the complete collapse of the Chowan independent political activity. After the Bennett sold significant parts of the Chowan reservation during the 1760s and early 1770s, the Chowan County Court began to take Chowan's boys from their mothers and apprentices those boys to local whites, with the apparent removal of the Bennett men from the reservation in the 1770s. The reservation was depleted of Chowan men. With no men on the reservation, local officials may have believed that the time had arrived for them to play paternalistic role and take over internal reservation affairs. In 1772, the court bound James Robbins, son of Anne Robbins, to Dempsey Hinton. This practice persisted into the national period under the administration of the Gates County Court. During 1779, the Gates County Court bound Benjamin Robbins to learn the art of plantation business under the James Garrett Sr. Less than 2 years later, the court placed Benjamin Robbins and Alicia Roberts under the care of Jethro Miltier to learn an unspecified trade. The same year, the court also bound Josiah or Joseph Bennett and George Bennett, each described as an Indian boy, in order to learn the trades of shoemaking and barrel making. Into the 19th century, the court forced the other Chowan boys into similar arrangements. These apprenticeships symbolized to Chowans and whites alike that the local government had full political power over Chowans. Historians Margaret D. Jacobs has argued that removing children from their families, allowing officials to punish Native peoples for past resistance, deterred further militancy and gained greater authority over them and their lands. The boys' apprenticeship crippled the Chowans' ability to maintain independent households and challenged Chowans' women's parental rights and claims to their children's labor. Political domination, however, did not represent the total collapse of the Chowans' connections to one another. Even with the end of the political independence, at least some Chowans and their descendants retain bonds of kinship, alliance, and shared homeland. The coarse invasion of Chowan home life through the apprenticeship system likely helped to destroy the last symbol of Chowan autonomy, the reservation. Chowan autonomy, the reservation. Four of the apprentice boys, made up of chief men and representatives of Chowan Indian nations of the county of Gates, who sold the remaining acreage of the reservation to William Lewis and Samuel Harrell in 1790. Lacking an effective political apparatus and reservation lands, the Chowans, in the mind of local officials, were no longer Indians. The Chowans, in minds of local officials, were no longer Indians. By the end of the 18th century, local officials ceased using the term Indian when describing Chowans and their descendants. All right, because I kind of want to say, like, I mean, since I'm already halfway through it, I mean, I don't want to go too far, but you know, I'll just finish that off right here so we could kind of connect that last sentence to this sentence. Although local officials no longer chose to categorize them as Indians, the Chowans and their descendants remained in Gates County and surrounding counties, often maintained connections with kin, and understood that they were the area's original people. As free people of color, they function within and as a part of the larger society with whites, other free people of color, and slaves. And in previous generations, 19th and 20th century Chowans continue to adapt and respond to their social environment changes. Yet their adaptations and responses never civilized their disappearance or a lessening of their connection to their ancestral past. Local officials believed that people could fit in one racial category in one moment in time and fall into another classification based on perceived changes in their behavior or political situation, which reveals the cognitive dimensions behind the process of racialization. Cognitive dimensions. You should have said cognitive decline. The persistence of the Chowans and their descendants under various racial categories demonstrate how little these racial divisions tells us about the histories of individuals. So I'ma just stop right there. But you know, like now y'all could really, I mean, I know we smart and we already understand how this shit happened. But now y'all see what the fuck was really happening. These people were making these decisions. They were determining who the fuck was Indian and who wasn't. OTK, you there?
Hell yeah.
So, you know, that's half of it, you know, and then maybe next time we'll come back and read the other half.
Definitely.
We'll
Go
finish
ahead,
it.
get you a drink. You've been doing a lot of a lot of talking, man. Go ahead, get you a drink. Let's give a little shout out to the community real quick. Damn good reading, sis. That was fire.
Thank you.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it down. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it down. Slow mo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's up, man? Yeah, bunch of good stuff got brought out today. Definitely. I like both of those research that you brought up. I knew that first one. Yeah, we had been touch bases on it the first time, but it's good that we Cuddy them at the very beginning boot camp. Yeah, they on there. I forget some new people on there like Sister Cherise. I think she up there too. You up there too, and Sister Cherise?
Yeah, I'm in that one.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Cuddy and them right at the beginning. They the first ones.
Cuddy and Pre.
Yeah, man. I think that this was important because it's like key things that need to be highlighted out of all of that shit. And I think people miss it is what these people do and the assumption that are made about these people when they are who they are. They are who they are, period. And what Indians look like to them is one thing, but who Indians actually are is another, baby. And that's what people need to keep in mind, man. The Indians look like us.
Right.
They look like us, and they always look like us. And then they make these assumptions so that they could take these people land. It's been happening. It's been happening. The same thing with the Genghis-Khan Reservation in Virginia. The same thing. And I need to find that video too on how the Asians became fucking slaves. I'm gonna show that.
I got the article. I got the shit. It's a fucking book from Chino the Indian. I got the PDF for that shit.
Yeah, we need to read that.
Yeah. That's the Pacific slave trade.
Not Indians, bro.
Yeah, that's that Pacific slave trade shit. Yeah.
Now, did you want to open the panel or you good?
I mean, I'm good unless you good. I mean, it's that's up to you. I mean, I think it was a good show. You know what I mean? Hey, that work do come early, boy.
Telling you.
I ain't lying to you, boy. 7 o'clock come early. And right now that weather getting super hot now because they done did all that raining for the last 3 weeks. Like, man, by 12 o'clock today, I think I've been unchanged like 3 different shirts. Yeah. You know, it's crazy.
That was crazy. I get to see all these. But shout out to the chat if y'all really enjoyed that. I hope y'all did.
Nah, OTK, did you hear your Sonetta presentation hit mainstream social media? No. What? No. I ain't even tell you the truth. I ain't even know what mainstream social media is.
What you mean it hit like TikTok and all that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, probably made his rounds. Probably clips was getting clipped.
Thank you too, man. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't. Matter of fact, he not too long text me like, yo, what happened? I thought I know you ain't I know you coming back. Don't worry, man. This the toughest environment ain't good for everybody. I mean, it ain't for everybody. I say shit, who say I ain't coming back? You think I ain't coming back? I'm just putting together something nice. So when I come back, you know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna make some of your favorite master teachers over there come out. And now some of the greats out of this community, I have a chance to speak with them since they ducking. Maybe I might get them to come out. We play chess too, Sonetta. Very much so. Very much so.
Yeah, I just feel like some points got to be made. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely. When we dealing with information, and the thing is, y'all, it's information.
Oh, excuse me.
And shout out to the Showing Oak. Somebody say Chief Oscar Cole.
Yeah, the Shawanake.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. You welcome. Welcome. You welcome. Yeah. I thought that it was a very interesting piece because it's like most of these tribes, or went through this reclassification situation, and then because white colonists step in and say, no, those are Negroes. Those are Negroes. They're not Indians, and
Right.
somehow they're able to get their land swiped because of that bullshit.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Some people will literally cherry pick information, but we're not going to do it over here. I know everything that we read is not going to agree with what we say, but it is going to agree with the fact that people fucked around and reclassified people, that these Africans, slavery to Africans wasn't exclusively African. Slavery was worldwide. It was not this exclusively African thing. And in America, bondage wasn't exclusive to Africans. And it's a lot of cases where the Indians were changed to a category of white, and mulattoes and coloreds and all of these things that took place. Because y'all think for one second,
they need to get whipped.
Yeah, man. Bondage is completely different. A prisoner of war is completely different.
Big facts.
And that's what y'all be missing when we trying to explain some of this stuff. I mean, I don't expect no paying goofy ass nigga to get it. You know what I'm saying? He just mad that his relatives was found buried in the Cherokee Nation. But I'll throw the link down there if anybody did want to engage us in conversation, because we're not arguing with anyone. So we feel like you're argument energy, we throwing you off the panel, flat out.
Then I ain't even coming up. I'm not lowering my energy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't got nothing wrong with our peoples, dog. I'm not entertaining nobody who ain't America first.
Yep.
Point blank. I'm not. It's too much of a headache.
Just be missing the
not.
whole point of it all. How you think this reclassification shit took off? How you think this happened? We got colonialists trying to come through, swipe lands, swipe benefits, swipe usurp people off their shit so they can take full control. And we know that's what took place.
They made a whole movie about it. Those Osage murders. Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yeah, but they showing them Asians and stuff. That's my problem with it. That'll always be my problem.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. But
it is showing the story.
It is showing the story. Shit.
Let's I don't know. Maybe we could show one more little thing for the audience.
Yeah.
What I'm saying.
Yeah. Not something too long. Like I tell you, when we do that good reading like that, you don't want to, do it too long. They already asking about clips.
Oh, I know.
all it take is somebody to come do something. You know what I mean, and ruin the whole build. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So shout out to Chief Steve. Y'all look out for that one-on-one between me and Chief Steve coming up real soon. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the good brother and what he doing over there on his platform and his channel, and just coming out and talking about who we truly are as the people, the true people. So shout out to Chief Steve. Like, let's just hit this out real quick. I think he just put this up here about 15 minutes ago. Cute.
Sean Barnes, pen and paper genocide is a mug. It's a mug. And that's what we
trying to show.
That's what we showing.
And that's what we showing.
Yeah.
And that they miss it every time.
Classification mess us up, dog. And if we sit here and keep claiming African American, man, and don't get back into our true identity, dog, you don't own shit. Once you consider yourself from somewhere else, you don't own shit over here.
Nope. Yeah, all y'all who want to be from Africa,
damn well y'all peoples them had acres, 100 acres, 1,000 acres of land and shit. had their own goddamn gardening and shit like that. You know, come on, man. It's in too much of our history, man, for us to, you know, just push that shit aside. Listening to these niggas talking about F what grandmama said and all of that. I'm gonna tell you, this information right now, dog, is so worldwide right now. It's so fast growing to it's causing some of these trans Africans to lose their wives and old ladies.
Ooh,
because they tired of getting called African American, knowing that their grandmama was Indian. But your man telling you African American. That's what they need to be worrying about, sis. Not what you reading, not what I'm reading, not what we talking about. They need to talk about their counseling that they need to go through with each other about girls leaving their ass. And play with me. Play with me if you want to. I'll play with me.
And I always, before I go into Chief Steve Jones, I always like to go to this article because since everybody else can use 14, 15 year sources, why the fuck can't I? Okay. Since everybody else can use old ass sources.
You going back? All right. Okay, go ahead.
Not too far.
Yeah.
But
okay.
There is one part of this that I want to highlight because when they are looking for, quote, African Americans' identity and through DNA and geneticism, it always, they're abstracts. And y'all can look at that through any type of any type of resource that you read when it comes down to DNA and when they relate it to the so-called African Americans of today, when they relate it to us, they're always going to start here. They're always going to start with the Atlantic slave trade. This is their reasoning for going into Africa and trying to test your DNA against modern day Africans. Like, they literally
shout out Naveers too. Damn, my fault, Naveers. She out there in that same area too. You was just reading about, sis. Go ahead.
Yeah, shout out to her. How you doing, sis? Peace and love.
She said, "Motherfucker might owe her something."
Come on now, let's talk about it.
I know that's right.
Say the mitochondrial DNA genome has retained an imprint of this process, but previous analysis lacked West Central African data. Here we make use of an African database of 4,860 mtDNAs, which include 948 mtDNA sequences from West Africa and a further 154 from the Southwest, and comparable these for the first time with a publicly available database of 1,148 African Americans from the United States that contains 1,053 mtDNAs of sub-Saharan ancestry. We show that 55% of the U.S. lineages have a West African ancestry, with negative 41% coming from West Central Africa or Southwestern Africa. These results are remarkably similar to the most up-to-date analysis of the historical record. So understand that the historical record that they are basing this on is the transatlantic slave trade. Okay? This is not no type of modern day shit. They are strictly going on the transatlantic slave trade and saying, hey, you an African because your ancestors came through this transatlantic slave trade nonsense. And that's what they based it on.
It's the same shit what David Eplis be saying. That little 12 million up, roughly 13 million up. The same shit, man. Come on, man. I hate this shit. I really don't like nobody who, I mean, because of his age, that's the only reason why I don't really like get into too much about it, man, because of his age and all of that. So he might not remember everything. That's why he rub his head a lot or fidgeting and all kind of stuff, you know.
Damn
when he's trying to figure out the right words to say because he's promoting a book.
He
You know,
definitely
man,
was scratching that head.
I don't even I don't even like see. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead, sis.
It says the number of people. It says the number of people of recent African ancestry living in the Americas is comparable to that of Africa itself, largely because of the forced mass migrations of the Atlantic slave trade during the 15th and 19th centuries. Historical documentation indicates that many Africans were taken from the West African coast, but a large proportion were also taken from the former Portuguese colonies of Angola and Mozambique. The perpetrators included that the Portuguese, Spanish, and British, and it is estimated that they moved 12 million people, with 10.5 million surviving the voyages, and that's them citing Eltis in 98. There has been a growing interest in the historical roots of African Americans and other communities of recent African ancestry, and genetics can play an important role in the study of that ancestry. However, much of the work to date has focused on either the extent of African contribution to the American gene pool or on particular mtDNA lineages carried to the Americas through the Atlantic slave trade. Despite widespread public interest and the public rapidly growing involvement of private companies in genetic ancestry testing, the only published attempt to assign African geographical ancestry to African American lineages by use of genetic data has been by Salas and others, and Ellis and others family. The latter work suggests a majority contribution of This latter work suggests a majority contribution of West Africa to the mtDNA pool of North and Central Americans of recent African descent, with a slightly smaller component from West Central Africa. This latter work suggests a majority contribution of West Africa to the mtDNA pool of North and Central Americans of recent African descent, with a slightly smaller component from West Central Africa, whereas African Americans from South America reverse the picture with a larger West Central African component. No significant component was detected from other regions, including Mozambique, despite the historical evidence of the movement of 1 million slaves from that region. Eurasian mtDNAs of recent African ancestry were found to be made up mainly of West Central and North African components, with a larger East African component in the Near East. However, the analysis of Salas and others has small sample sizes, particularly the small sample size from West Central Africa and the complete lack of samples from Southwestern Africa, a known source. So listen, they're talking about the lack of samples, despite them stating that 3 million slaves came here from Southwestern Africa. Here we update the analysis using 948 sequences from West Central Africa and a further 104 from Angola and Gambia, as well as substantially enhanced data sets from other regions of Africa, and a database of African American lineages that is no more than an order of magnitude larger than used earlier. This allows us to perform a much more decisive test of African ancestry among African American maternal lineages that has been previously possible. So when they were doing this back then in 2005, their sample size was only 1,148. How many of us is it? And look, the sample sizes just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Look at this, y'all. 56, 47, Berber, 155, West Saharan, 25, whatever this is, Mauritania, 30, Berber, 4, Moroccan, 50, Berber, North Morocco, 60, 32. These are sample sizes. And these are the sample sizes we supposed to depend on to verify some African ancestry. Are y'all insane? Look at this shit. Democratic Republic of Congo, 20. Senegal, 119. Cabo Verde, 292. All right. Y'all get the point. Angola, 44. Kenya, Nairobi, 100. Egypt, 80. Look at this shit. Ethiopia, 74. And they got all the sources right there. So they're saying Africa is the most genetically diverse continent. A fine subdivision of African mtDNA lineages provide a powerful source of geographic information. Major regions of the continent display markedly different frequencies of the continent-specific mtDNA clades or haplogroups. However, the first point to make from this enhanced data set is the obvious similarity of the haplogroup frequency profiles of West Africa, West Central Africa, and Southwestern Africa in comparison with the majority major regions of the continent. Although there are certain differences which become more obvious in a finer classification of the lineages than at the gross haplogroup, these regions display a broad similarity to each other, with most of the major haplogroups showing a gradient through the three regions, with unsurprisingly a much closer similarity of West Central and Southwestern Africa compared to West Africa.
This shit sounds dumb. Sound like a bunch of fucking guessing, man.
It is.
All right, then why is we even entertaining our energy on they fucking dumb guessing shit?
Because I'm trying to get to something.
Oh, I thought you had already found that part that you was looking for. Oh, you still looking for that major part?
Yeah.
Oh.
The African American mtDNA sample from the United States is striking for its strong resemblance to the mtDNA composition of all three regions. Principal component analysis graphically portrays the same pattern in a scatter plot for the first two components. African American mtDNA is almost indistinguishable from that of these three African regions. This picture can be quantified by fitting a linear model to the frequency profiles as done by stylists and others. Our analysis indicated as before that North Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, and even Southeastern Africa, Mozambique, shows no significant contribution to the African American mtDNA pool in the United States. Thus, the larger set here offers no support for the weak signal from the Southeastern Africa detected elsewhere. So they're saying, and we know that the story is that a lot of the people came from that Mozambique area. No significant contribution to the African American mtDNA pool in the United States at all. At all. So we have to stop listening to these people. Now, let's just go all the way down, because when we're talking about this, we got to understand the small amount of samples that are used. It don't represent all the so-called Black Americans in the United States, and it damn sure doesn't represent who we are. Because after they said all of this, everything is still based off the fucking statistics and the stats of the transatlantic slave trade. Period. Just stats, not actual people that they're testing. It says, we conclude that mtDNA variations allows us to trace maternal ancestry of African Americans to broad geographical regions of Africa, with results that are closely concordant with historical studies that now encompasses documentation for between 2/3 and 3/4 of the total estimated voyages made during the transatlantic slave trade. Let's talk about it. Hold on for a second, y'all. Hello? All right, give me 2 minutes, okay? I'm reading something, okay? Just 2 seconds. Stay right here. It says, why would he have? I ain't got time. We conclude that MT variation allows us to trace the maternal ancestry of African Americans to broad geographic regions of Africa, with results that are closely concordant with historical studies that now encompass documentation for between 2/3 and 3/4 of the estimated total voyages made during the course of the Atlantic slave trade. We have previously raised the possibility of whether, with larger data sets and extensive phylogeographic analysis, more specific reconstructions will be possible. However, even with substantially augmented data set, We note that it is still not possible to go further at this stage. Even with greatly improved geographic coverage, it remains the case that many mtDNAs are widely distributed throughout the African continent, most likely as a result largely of the Bantu dispersals, but no doubt also as a result of both of the earlier and more recent movements, including those that are due to the Atlantic slave trade itself. This problem will continue to hamper the allocation of African American mtDNAs to narrower geographic locations in Africa, even if the resolution of the molecular analysis is increased from the first hypervariable segment to complete mtDNA genomes. Considerable caution is therefore warranted when dealing with claims in the popular media, such as the acclaimed and prestigious BBC television documentary Motherland, A Genetic Journey, first shown in the United Kingdom in 2003, and those made by genetic ancestry testing companies about their ability to trace the ancestry of certain American, or for that matter, European mtDNAs to a particular locale or population within modern day Africa. Our analysis stands as a warning to unsuspecting members of the public who may be seduced by such promises. So that's all. They can't link us to this shit. They be trying, but they can't. They be trying, but they can't. So I guess, you know what I'm saying? Y'all just need to understand, you know what I'm saying? Like what they're doing with DNA is not anything honest in any way. What they're doing, the only way that they can justify this quote African descent is the story behind the transatlantic narrative. Period. Okay? And that's going to always remain. So let's just play this. I don't know if OTK has something else, but we're going to get into my man, Chief Steve. And y'all look out for the motherfucking one-on-one with me and Chief Steve. I believe that's going to be this Friday. I believe that that's going to be this Friday for sure. So y'all look out for that. You know, and I got a lot of good questions for Chief Steve coming up. And we're going to do some big shit.
Alito Chimachugma, this is Chief Steve coming at y'all with another episode of True Story. We got a really interesting one for you guys today. But before we get started, make sure you guys hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Don't forget to hit that notification bell as well, so whenever I drop these bombs, you'll be the first ones to grab them. Now, without further ado, let's get into it. What's good, family? This is Chief Steve, and you already know the frequency. This is True Story, the channel that flips colonial lies into lightning and hits you with truth straight from the roots. Ain't no watered down history over here. We pull receipts, we speak facts, and we honor the ancestors in every word we drop. So tonight, let me say this loud and clear for the folks in the front, back, and overflow. We here. We been here. We still here. And we ain't going nowhere. Let's kill this African American talk once and for all. I'm not an African American. You're not African American. We are the Aboriginal Americans, the copper-colored nations that were already here before the boats, before the flags, before the fiction. Let me take you back for a second. In the 1828 Webster's Dictionary, before they got scared of the truth and rewrote the meaning, here's what it said under the word American. A native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans. Read that again. Not brought here, not enslaved here, found here. They didn't discover us, they documented us. But once they realized what that meant, they buried the books. They erased the memory. They turned our truth into a myth and our people into shadows. But guess what? We're still here. And now we're speaking again. Let's bring it into the now. Let me pull out the real receipts.
This is what a real Indian sounds like.
We are the people, the North American Indians, parents of science and industry, and our ancestors are always trying to tell us. We just have to observe, research, and listen. I'm Ruby One.
Me an African American, and I had a chat, bro. Cuz what the fuck is that, fam? And when you think about it, bro, the term itself don't even make no sense, fam. How the fuck a nigga could be from two continents? You don't hear nobody walk around talking about no European American. So you want to call a nigga African American? Cause supposedly, during the Atlantic slave trade, 12.5 million Africans was taken out of Africa and taken to South America, North America, and the Caribbeans. But them numbers still don't add up, fam. Watch this. I know some of y'all bad at math, so I'm gonna try to break this down slow. The reason why this don't make no sense is because out of 12.5 million African slaves, 4 million was taken to the Caribbeans, 400,000 was taken to the US or North America, and the rest was taken to South America, which is Brazil, and that's the highest population of African slaves, is in Brazil. All right, now y'all doing good. Stay with me now. This is third grade math we about to do. In the Caribbeans, 4 million was taken to the Caribbeans. And to current date, we have 11 million African descendant slaves there now. In Brazil, 5 million was taken. And currently we have 130 million African descendant slaves in Brazil right now in South America. Now, in the US, we only have 400,000 niggas taken. And we got 40 million of them niggas current to this day. Now, how the fuck a nigga from Africa?
And that's what I was trying to fucking prove. How the fuck is a nigga from Africa? Look, man, we ain't got time to keep playing with y'all tonight, man. We smacking that shit on y'all. We showing y'all the colonists, what they did, and we showing y'all everything that took place and why this shit happened. Y'all gotta understand it, man. It's not for the weak.
Somebody ass is lying. Anyways, y'all boys stay up top.
Every federal worker in this country fills out something called Standard Form 181. That's the race and ethnicity classification document from the U.S. Office of Personnel Management. And on that form, right there in black and white, The government gives two definitions. The first one, American Indian, Alaska Native. And I quote, should I say American Indian or Alaska Native? It's two distinct differences. But I quote, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America, and who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. The second one, which would be the third down, is Black or African American. Black or African American, whichever way you want to take it. It's all on the same line. It both means the same thing. And I quote, a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. Now hold up. Let's break that down. We are not of African descent. We are of this land. Our roots are buried in this soil. Our grandmothers fed it. Our grandfathers bled for it. Our fingerprints are on every river, every mountain, every brick they tried to build over us. But the problem is, we've been taught to check the wrong box. Most of us feel like we can't mark American Indian because the form adds in must maintain tribal affiliation or community attachment. Let me say that again. Tribal affiliation or community attachment. Now here's where they messed up. Because what do they call us in every headline, in every speech, in every crisis? They don't say Black individuals. They say the Black community. Community attachment. Right there. We've had community when they gave us no citizenship. We've had community when they gave us no land, no bank, no food, no hope. We've always had each other. And that is community attachment. So don't tell me we don't qualify. The truth is, we qualify more than anyone because we're not a recent branch. We are the root. That American Indian box, yeah, that one fits. And it's time we start checking it, correcting it, and educating folks on why we check it. Because what happens when we don't? We vanish. Our numbers get cooked. Our voices get drowned out. Our people get misfiled, mislabeled, and miscounted. And that ain't just a mistake. That's paper genocide. They misclassified us for centuries. They pushed our names out of history books, told our kids we came from slave ships, and they stripped our grandmothers of their tribal names, only to hand us labels like Black and African American, and say, just be grateful. But I'm not here for gratitude. I'm here for the truth. And the truth is, we're not a color. We're not a direction on a compass. We are Aboriginal Americans, the original Americans. And let me just say this while I'm here. They love to call us the minority. But how the hell is the minority responsible for setting the trends, birthing the culture, shifting the market, moving the votes, defining the sound, and being the moral compass of the whole country? That's not a minority. That's a moral majority. That's a spiritual majority. That's a cultural powerhouse that can't be bought, borrowed, or replaced. So let's dead a few colonial lies right here. One lie that we were told is that we were shipped here in chains and counted as 3/5 of a person. That is not true. Most of us were already here. The 3/5 clause wasn't about our humanity, us as people, as individuals. It was about blocking our political power. Us being the indigenous people, the Aboriginal people, had the most influence as far as politics go, way up until the end of the 18th, or rather say 19th century. So that was the reason why the 3/5 clause was put in place, because we were too powerful politically. Another lie that was told about us is that there are only 46.9 million of us here in the United States. But the truth is, once you factor in all the misclassifications, all the miscounts from all the different census records from the beginning to now, because let's face it, our people since the beginning did not trust government agencies. So there were definitely miscounts and just erasure altogether, i.e. paper genocide. The true number we're looking at is at least 70 to 90 million or more, easy. But these records, or these numbers rather, go uncounted. Hence why we're still considered a minority. Which leads me to the other lie that we were told, that we are nothing more than a powerless minority. That is complete and utter bullshit. Because the truth of the matter is, we are the cultural engine of this nation. The taste, the trend, the tempo, the truth. So from now on, say it with your chest. We here. We been here. We still here. And we ain't going nowhere. From the mound builders to the freedom fighters. From the tribal grandmothers to the soul food queens. From the ancestors who never forgot who they were. And to the young kings and queens waking up now. We are the land. We are the story. And we are the proof. You've been tapped into the true story with Chief Steve. This ain't just content. This is a covenant. And we're going to keep dropping it, keep teaching it, keep protecting it, until every child knows where they come from. And every elder sees that we never disappeared. Make sure y'all like this video. Share. Share with your...
Yeah, y'all make sure y'all share that video from my little bro, Chief Steve. Like I said, he pulling up on Friday. We gonna probably pre-record and then pull it up on Friday, or I don't know. I'm gonna see how he feel. But we here, baby. And that shit don't never stop. Go ahead, OTK.
How long he been doing it on YouTube?
Not long. Not long.
Yeah, I know. Shit, he sound like he's... No, I ain't saying. Okay.
What you about to say?
I ain't about to say nothing.
I'm just
my motherfucking saying, boy. We been here, we still here, we ain't going nowhere. I like to hear other people say that shit.
Yeah.
Word.
We're gonna talk about his videos, his work.
Yeah, I like
that.
That's some good work.
California at that. So
that's some
shout
work.
out to my little brother, Chief Steve. I was calling you Big Bro at first, but you younger than me. So shout out to little bro. And doing his
shout
thing.
Out to the SF 181 form. Remember, we did a whole bill on that shit too now. So I'm glad that brother reiterated on that too. About getting your status corrected, getting your shit changed.
American Indian checked in that box.
Right.
So I don't know, OTK. I mean, I think that's all I got.
Yeah, that's fire. That's fire. I like, bro. Okay.
Yep, and y'all look out for that one-on-one sit down with me and the young brother. We're gonna have a good conversation, and we're gonna talk about these things, and we're gonna continue to bring it to the front, because I think oftentimes the history of slavery gets conflated it gets conflated into what's really taking place and what really took place and what happened. But we ain't never left. Like, we ain't never left. How the fuck is there original people all over the world, but not in the United States of America? I think that's the biggest lie. And y'all please sub up to Chief Steve. Y'all sub up to the brother. Sub up to him. He already in his thousands. Let's keep getting them up there, getting those numbers up, and supporting all our people within the paradigm who's trying to promote truth. And I do think the history of slavery and what took place, and that's why we had to read the article from earlier, and we had to talk about what happened to the Cheyenne Indians. We got to talk about all of this because it's such a conflated history, and we have to. It's sad because we have to turn around and try to make it all make sense, when the truth is a lot of it don't make sense. We know that, family. So we don't want y'all to get upset when we're talking about slavery, or when we're talking about Indian American slavery, or when we're talking about bondage, when we're talking about these things, because it's still a part of this history. Whether you agree with it, think it's real, think it's right, wrong, what the fuck ever, it's a part of this shit, and we have to talk about it. We can't throw it in the back like, oh, that don't matter. But all of it matters. All of it. Because prisoners of war is a real thing. And the only reason why I showed y'all that article is to show y'all that, yes, it was Indians here, people that look like us here, enslaved, or allegedly enslaved, or what have you. There was some form of that shit going on, that bondage, that indentured servitude. The shit was going on here, just like it was going on in Europe in the Berber times, all of these different times in history. I don't know, OTK, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm trying to tell y'all, we have to go through the good, the bad, the ugly. And that's how we move forward. Period. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be a lot of shit we don't like. A lot of shit. And it's okay. Like, we have to be mature adults and be able to discern what's what. And when we do that, you know what I'm saying? We find ourselves on a better path. We find ourselves on a path to greatness, to understanding, to liberation, and then it could get down to, once we get through all the history, we can actually get to what the fuck are we going to do about what took place? Because that's what matters. If we don't get to what we're going to do about all of this shit in the end, everything that we talk about, everything that we argue about, whatever, it doesn't matter. How will people lose a reservation but a county named after them? They need that land rent money. Hey, old dude, peace to you. Yeah, salute to you, sweetie. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. Thank y'all for rocking with me at OTK, man. For real. And we just keep trying to do what we do. Like, it don't matter. You know what I'm saying? All that other shit is obsolete. Obsolete. I'm telling you. And we got to get down to what these people said took place, and how do we discern that shit from our people and what actually truly happened. Not what we believe, but what actually happened. So, OTK, I don't know what you got. I'm going to go ahead.
Yeah, and you never know, sis. Doing these talks, we might help some people who might have that narrative that somebody took their land. We might find out that it was another Indian chieftain who took responsibility to sign over shit that wasn't even his. We're going to run into that type of shit too. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, paper genocide. We just saw it at its best just now on what we was reading. You know what I mean? So and they lost their political That was the main thing. Once they lost their political position, it was done for.
It was done. It was done.
It was done. It was done. Once they started going to the white man to handle their own tribal disputes, it was done. It was done right there. Now they feeling like they got some superiority over you. Right now they feel like they don't, like all the fight is going out of you. But you going there on some shit like, man, I don't want to kill my Indian, man. You know what I mean? Not my cousin, but shit, if we can't get it together, let's go see if somebody can judge us. But all the time they was in the back of their mind making plays.
Yep.
They was making plays all the time, getting ready, waiting for you to die. Then now all of a sudden, yo, waiting for you to die. Now all of a sudden, your land, they got a document written with your name on it saying that you pass all the land over once you die.
Man, shout out, man. Hey, OTK, I'm feeling like we need to plan for next summer for everybody to get together. You know, we need to create
I'm not thinking about everybody right now.
I'm talking
This
about
information right now. This information right now is getting everybody together. I ain't even lying to you, babe. I wouldn't even set myself up for failure, though.
But it's further than just read at OTK, because if we don't get people together in camaraderie and in harmony, we're never going to move forward. Like it'll always be on
bullshit. Bullshit.
How?
We can move forward.
No, I'm saying it'll always be on
you. Need the right information and the right shit to know to move forward. It ain't about meeting up. We can be meeting up, but if we don't know what the fuck we meeting up about and don't got the right information, what we meeting up for?
So now we got the wrong information. What are you saying?
No. We gotta get the information first. We gotta know what we doing.
That's what I said. Next
we don't know what we doing yet.
2 months for now.
We don't even know who to go at. We don't know if we're gonna go at the Spanish. We don't depending if you in Florida or parts of Texas, you going after the Spanish. If you up north, you probably go after the French. In the Midwest, you going after the French. You know what I mean? You going after the British if you per se with me and you at down this coast. So you know what I mean? That's 3 different fights.
Hey.
So we need that information first. And once we get that, then getting together, because now we on a movement schedule now. Now it's time to make things together and make a movement. Now you can try to set it up. You know what I mean? I ain't saying nothing wrong with trying to set it up.
The fight is with is with a particular government. That's who the fight is with.
No, not I don't. That's us today.
Yeah,
we talking about the fight that our ancestors had. They didn't have no fight with no government in no 1700s.
We just read it.
They had a fight with all these people were still connected to England at this time, babe. They didn't even form the United States yet. So they still answering to somebody. That's why they name are called colonists. Because they come into a place supposedly colonizing in the name of a king and queen. Once they separate, you don't really hear them calling themselves colonizers no more.
Because
they calling themselves strictly Americans. Oh, go ahead, sis. My bad.
It's all good. Go ahead. I don't got nothing to say.
No, I didn't hear you in the background, yo. It seemed like your mic was in and out. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I don't have nothing. It's cool. I don't have nothing. It's cool. So if you're ready to wrap it up, we could do that.
Yeah, it's cool. I just saying my energy just ain't into that right now, sis. Not trying to get nobody together. No, none of that. I ain't even lying to you. I wouldn't even set myself up for that. That's on my granny.
Niggas don't want to come together.
Nah, man. I do want to come together, but it's not. I'm not. I don't want to. I'm not gonna try to come together like that. Not right now. Shit, I'm new to this shit. Motherfucker don't even know who I am really like that. Boy, I got at least know a
So people
motherfucker for a
gotta know
couple of
who you
years before I fuck with them. You know what I mean? Yeah, you gotta get your own your family together first. That's
Okay.
who I'm worried about, getting them together first,
A
getting
lot of
them on
people,
track.
to a lot of people, we are their family. A lot of people
Yes, no doubt.
can't go and talk to their families about this because a lot of the families are highly indoctrinated. A lot of the families don't agree with the information that we kick, Add Power, Top Cats, Dane Calloway, whoever. A lot of people do not agree with that. So I feel like the only thing to do is to get with people who are like-minded in a sense. But you know, it is what it is. I understand, you know. And I think that that's how like shit be so fucked up because it's so much division. And you know, like I
I don't
said,
got no division, dog.
no,
I
not
don't got no
you.
division, but I just heard about what, man, listen. Listen, get all that getting together stuff is what's caused some of the problems. From what I'm getting, shit. If they was getting together, they wouldn't have never caused no problems because they would have been on all accord. But getting together is that's the easiest thing to do, sis. You cook food, you can get people together. That's the easiest thing to do. You feel what I'm saying? I'm saying, what are we gonna get together for? Are we gonna put some? Are we going get together and we going up to the United Nations? Are we gonna get together? Are we going up to maybe we gonna all get up in Virginia and we going to somebody state courthouse or something for them to help them back up Virginia because you know they done found some of their records done got fucked up. I'm down for that type of shit. I'm down for those type of goddamn getting up. Oh yeah, I'm down for them type of meetings, but just meeting up just to chill. Nah,
have no party or nah.
Yeah. But now you want to meet up. You want to meet up and go fight the government or something?
We can meet up for a party. That's
yes,
easy.
sir, motherfucker. I'm there.
No.
Yeah, I'm fucking there.
Nah, I'm talking about like actual real movement because
right.
at the end of the day, I think even when I first came into the paradigm, that was my biggest issue with a lot of our big dogs is that nothing was being put together where we could move forward as people who believe in what we're learning, teaching, and presenting, right? Like, it's a shame the FBA has already been down on them all. They've been down there. Vicky Dillard, you know, she went into it and talked about what happened between like us as Indians. And, you know, I got to find her speech. Her speech was really good. And we, you know, it's like we can throw events like that. We can have things like that where people come down and they just listen to different speakers. And, you know, we talk about these things and we try to bring it into a conglomerate, into a consensus, into an understanding that we all sticking together on this. Because otherwise, it's just going to be another 10 years of bullshit on YouTube. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying it's bigger than, you know, it's bigger than that. You know, like, I mean, it's ways that we could do it. You know, it's ways that we could do it in private. You know, it's lots of ways we can do it. But, you know, like I said, it just takes time. And I know how things can be. I think our generation is a little bit different, you know, with like how people think. A lot of people don't want to die, get hurt, or killed. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't want to lose their families, lose their jobs, lose their money. And, you know, it's just like, I don't know what else to do. I think that we've seen our best uprisings when we've come together, period. And, you know, we haven't had a big uprising since the civil rights movement. I mean, some people would consider Black Lives Matter that big movement, but I think that we need one now in this space of knowing that we've been on the land, we're true to the land, and y'all ain't proved no Africans pulled up. Y'all ain't proved it. Y'all told us this, but where's the proof? I had that nigga David Eltis scratching his head. That's why I said y'all can go and get interviews, do whatever y'all want to do. It ain't gonna take away from what the man said on my channel at all. And it's gonna be there for the world to see. Because we from these parts. We're not from the Caribbean. We from these parts. And let's keep it clear and make it clear. I hear what y'all saying, you know, but we got to keep trying. Because every time we say we not because it didn't work one time, that don't mean it ain't gonna work the next time, or or another time, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We just sitting back and we letting shit rock. And that's why we see shit the way we see shit, and that's why it is the way it is, unfortunately. And like I said, even the FBA's had a big event on the mall. Huge event. Huge last year. Who knows? They probably fuck around and do one this year. But it is what it is. I get where everybody coming from, but we can't stay in a stagnant state because that's not helping either. Hey, Cosmo. So I don't know, OTK. I feel what you say, and maybe on the back end we can, talk a little more.
I understand what you're saying too.
And I understand you too.
I just don't want you to get your hopes up, and that shit let you down. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. If you do it, start small. You know what I mean? Don't look for nothing big. Start small. I'm not saying that it can't happen. Says anything well put together can happen. Definitely can happen.
Yeah.
I'd rather motherfucker come march with me to the fucking courthouse and shit, the state house and shit. That we need to get together, goddamn. We cover, you know what I mean? And we cover the standard of justice, let them know from all different states. Now we come in to support our fellow American Indians, or you know what I mean, at courthouse. You know what I mean? That type of shit like that, sis. Oh yeah. Yeah. Start getting people voted in these get people elected in state seats, council seats. That's what affects you the most. You know what I mean? But now if you want to go on that federal level to be like a lawmaker and stuff like that, that's cool too. But that's that local level, boy. You see the quickest impact if you become local councilman or state rep or something like that. Real quick. You see results inside your environment and people in other environments that you incorporated up in those districts. You see rapid growth of that. It's like that. It's like that. Man, whoever Mr. Ronald is, dog. I don't know who you is, man, but please don't tell me what to do. This my sister. She know who she is. It ain't nobody ever shoot her down. I'm one of the last motherfuckers that'll shoot her down. I shoot y'all down first. On granny. This how me and my sister build on and off this motherfucker. We got to understand it. We don't have to agree with everything. With that being said, go ahead, sis. I'm through.
Okay.
You go ahead, babe.
I just always, I mean, I think when we look at how the ancestors did things, even more of the ancestors who came up closer to the modern day, like they weren't standing for a lot of bullshit. And I feel like we standing for bullshit that we shouldn't be standing for. But, like it just takes time. And, we don't want to be old as fuck. We just don't, while we young and we got the energy and all of that, I just kind of see it as something that we need to really look more forward to. So, I hope y'all enjoyed the build tonight,
So why you don't try to, I think more young motherfuckers need to invest their energy in going and getting shit changed in their community.
For sure.
And getting themselves together. Getting helping their community get right. If we start putting more energy into that, start putting more energy into that, this place will change quick. You know what I mean? And that's a great idea right there now, sis. Now, when you talk about the youth, you talking about some shit. Because once you get them in the right direction and you give them the correct information that they need, sis, them motherfucker right there now, the boy TTG when they on the right path, sis. Now you hitting somewhere there now. Talking about the youth. Now you hitting somewhere.
Definitely.
You hitting somewhere now. Yeah,
but
yeah. I like that.
It's time for these, like outside of like the dumbass, I ain't gonna say it's dumb, but outside of the shit that we've seen, what people are standing up for and willing to come together on, I do believe that there's a bigger purpose and there's a greater purpose for us. You know, I just think that we ain't coming to this for no reason. We ain't coming to this understanding for no reason. It wasn't for no reason. The ancestors is crying out. And we got to answer that cry, man, because I mean, I don't know. I just see it a little bit differently. That's all. But, you know, we just got to keep trying, keep building, and, you know, doing the best we can with what we got. And I know it's a day at a time, but we do have to be boots on the ground more. We have to be boots on the ground.
Ancestors are definitely talking. They definitely talking.
Yeah.
They definitely talking. They moving in a whole, it's moving in a whole different way. Yeah, they definitely talking.
People getting the microphones and cameras in their face, asking them about who they are, what they know about who they are, what the fuck their grandmothers told them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's such a, this is a big deal, you know, what we know now. And yeah, we have to, I just think that it's important that we educate our people. And, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
I like that. Now that you mention that, now about that youth shit, like I said, you know me. I love, you know, everything I do damn near in my community about
I love the badass kids.
You know, they about to do. And one thing I know, boy, once you put them on a path and you give them something that they rock with and they can feel with and gravitate to, they take it to a whole nother level. They take it to a whole nother level, man. And I noticed that in, like you say, in the civil rights movement, who was behind that movement? SNCC. Not the damn pastors, SNCC, the damn college students. They was behind all of that. Kennedy pushed Martin and the Silver and those people like that in front of and head of those boys. And gave them money and stuff, but I'll leave that alone for another bill. But yeah, you're right, sis. The youth.
Yeah, because our ass gonna die one day. Shit. That's the reality of shit. But we do have to make more of an effort, you know, even on my end, you know, it's like it's stuff I want to do in DC. I want to start my dance team, you know, also just more education on the indigenous front and just talking to people about this, because I do think it's a lot of us that are, you know, kind of warped up in the African identity. And, you know, a lot of people don't really know how they truly connect back to an indigenous identity or ancestry. And it's important. It's important. That's all. It's important. And you never know who the fuck you changing, who you can, you know, who the fuck you're enlightening is all. And yeah. Do you have a response to this comment, or you want me to take it off the screen?
Oh, he got his opinion.
Okay.
He got his opinion. Everything good. He got his opinion. I just had to let him know, like, yo, I ain't no regular dude just talking to my sister. Like, this my sister's sister, for real. Like,
yeah.
For you know sure. What I mean? You know I don't mean no harm by the way I talk or none of that, or because I don't agree. Shit, we just was talking about this. I said, man, it's too much motherfucking yes man. I said, boy, I ain't no damn yes man. I'm a no man. And I said, shit, you a no woman, because I be damn if you don't get on me when I'm wrong or you disagree. We just had this conversation before we went live.
Yeah. I know.
Big facts.
Yeah. It's crazy. We're on the same page, but we don't always agree, and that's real shit.
That's crazy. We spoke that shit up.
But it's all good though, you know, because I'm always for camaraderie and us coming together, like regardless. Like a lot of people, like I said earlier, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of our families don't agree with this. They don't agree with this. But I think that the like-minded folks should be able to coexist in a space where it's conducive to talking to people, getting information out there, creating bulletins or pamphlets. You know, I mean, I was in a group on Discord where, you know, we were trying to do that and get that together, creating pamphlets, just passing them out to people on the streets. You know, maybe they'll sit down and read it, you know, and go back to their folks and talk to their folks about their lineage and ancestry, because I think that's the biggest thing in the so-called Black community, is that a lot of us don't care about our family history. We don't care about the past, and we don't care about, because, obviously, the mindset is that we're in a different future now, so why should we care about the past? But what we don't realize is that oftentimes the past is what has encompassed what's going on today. And because a lot of things weren't able to be addressed and didn't get addressed appropriately, we see the conditions of our people and how they are living, and it's not right. It's not what our people fought for at all. And I think that's why I struggle with it so much, man. The ancestors in my line fought for the same shit. I got an ancestor in my line, and I show y'all the document all the time where he was fighting against the word Negro. He wanted that shit dispensed with, gone. Like, I see where I get it from. I do. Because I care about us as a community, as a unit. And, if we continue to take ourselves off the land and saying we from Africa, we ain't gonna never get nowhere. We got to teach our people that they need to prove to you that you're from Africa. They need to prove to you that your story is only a slave story. They need to prove it. It's like we stand for we take anything. They say it to us, boom, we accept. That's how we've always been. The literature will always agree with the consensus. And I don't know. I guess I just deal with that a lot in like my personal life, like just me as a human being, as a woman, as a person. Like I deal with that. I struggle with that a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to see us free from these mental shackles. I want to see us evolve, and I want to see us be able to live in who we truly are, and not basking in some slave idea. People tell you was, the only reason why we get the 4 million is because niggas was on a breeding farm and weird shit, and yeah, I'm just not feeling it at all. So, maybe it's just me, and my perception and the way I see things, you know what I'm saying? But like the purpose of reading that shit tonight is to show y'all how these motherfuckers go in here and manipulate history. They know the Indians were so-called Negroes that they're calling African Americans today, but they have to twist it up. Have you guys ever seen Underground? Put a 1 in the chat. Underground, the movie the show that was on what's that? What network was that, y'all? But y'all know what I'm talking about. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all seen Underground. I think that was on one of them networks. You never seen Underground? Hold up. Let me figure out what network that was on. Underground, the TV show.
Yeah, did it come out on
it
Netflix?
Was on
Did it come out on Netflix, or did it come out on damn, that was old.
It was on WGN America.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, it was on regular TV.
Yeah, WGN America. But I'm bringing up Underground because there was a specific scene in that show that really had my attention when they were discussing, for like the slave catcher that they were showing, some white bitch who was apparently some type of slave catcher or whatever. And then, she hired someone to come in and kind of write her story. And he's just sitting there, he's observing all the events that's going on, and he's writing his perception of what was going on in the story. And I think, like when she ended up sneaking his shit, reading it, she was pissed because of what he had in that motherfucker. Not what she thought was going to be, how she was going to be portrayed, but his perception of what was being portrayed. And I want y'all to understand that, because when we think about this history and the writers who write it, it's their perception only. That doesn't mean that it's the truth. It's a perception. Okay? So we have to keep that in mind when we talk about the victors who wrote history and these people who were able to do what they do. So on that note, I ain't got nothing. You know, y'all just keep that in mind. Y'all should go ahead and see Underground. Y'all probably like it. I know the slave narrative pissed a lot of people off, but I think that's Journey Smollett and Aldous Hodge and all those guys. They did a pretty good job with it.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I think the dude that played on that, he ended up playing on another role.
Alex Cross.
Okay, Alex Cross, right.
He ended up playing Alex Cross, but Underground was one of my favorite junks. Like, I mean, even though I don't agree with the slave narrative, it was still one of my favorite junks because it was just like that. I liked it. But you know, I just wanted to highlight that particular scene that they were discussing, because when these people write this history, man, they writing it to their perspective, not necessarily to the truth. So, you know, I mean, the bitch hand probably was trembling when she was holding the gun. I don't know, but she was mad when he wrote that shit. This type of shit that be happening. Her hand was trembling at the gun and all this, and I was just dying laughing because I was like, what the hell?
The crazy shit is, I want to know how they got all these slave narratives to make these damn movies, but never got no damn Indians involved that look like us.
Yeah, they got some Indians in that show now. They do show some Indians. Yeah,
wasn't they helping them like on the railroad or something?
Looking like Asians, huh?
Oh shit!
They showed it.
I gotta go back and watch that shit.
You gotta watch it. They showed the Indians cutting up the white dude or whatever, trying to show his little piece or whatever through the shit. Yeah, they show the Indians. Yeah, they show that shit too, and how they was taking in Journey Smollett and you know all that. Yeah, they show a lot of that shit. But you know,
it's Indians or Native Americans.
You know, they showing Native Americans.
Oh,
you know they showing them only.
Oh yeah, when you say cutting up.
Yeah, they was cutting. Yeah, they cut them in the chin. Nah, they was cutting them because they was, you know, he was showing that he was trying to show them that he didn't bring them any harm. So they just start cutting this little skin or whatever. I mean, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly or not. But y'all just gotta watch it.
Yeah, I gotta watch that shit again.
You know There's only 2 damn seasons. That
shit was good though, but
it was interesting, you know, for sure. I mean, that's back in 2016, so we all know, you know, a lot of us was just coming into this information in 2016, 2017, 2018. And Nanya, shoot, I don't know when I'm gonna have the next music night. Shit, that shit probably be Saturday or something. I ain't gonna even hold you. I love the music nights though. Shoot, I was playing a little bit of music on my last live. But you know, we definitely gonna have a music night again. Y'all put y'all motherfucking suggestions in that chat and we gonna rock.
Yeah, man.
Kugler
I gotta ask somebody out of here. They keep calling me AJ.
But it's 4 hours. You know, if you want to go ahead and, you know, play your you know, your ending or whatever, we just go ahead and shut down for the night. But I really enjoyed it or whatever. And I'm glad y'all had a good time doing music night. I had a good time too. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. That was a lot of fun. So, you know, we're gonna do more stuff like that, just having fun, listening to music, talking shit, and just camaraderie. Shout out to you, Nanya. Shout out to Copper Goddess, Bad Saint, my big sis. You know, hey Sachi, everybody in the chat. Hey y'all, shit. We trying to get it done. We back to the basics with this shit. And that's exactly why I pulled up that article, because we back to the basics. You know what I'm saying? So this is what it is. So TK, if you don't got nothing else, I'm good. You know, we can go ahead and close out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a show.
Nah.
Favorite movie, but it's a show, but it's not as, you know, it's not as gruesome as like Roots or anything like that. It's a little bit more on the milder side. You know what I'm saying? It's not all, you know. I mean, they do show some hanging and things like, but it's not as, it's nowhere near that Roots level. So
Yeah.
Anywho, yeah, y'all carry on, man. I hope y'all have a great night. And y'all just be one in tune with yourself, in tune with the ancestors. You know, I like what OTK was talking about before. It's just, I think what me and him was talking about on the phone is that, you know, how spiritual of a people we truly are. And, you know, just us getting back to being in tune with our spirituality and in tune with nature, you know, and that's the people we were. Christianity is the new thing. But we were definitely in tune with that motherfucking nature, baby. For sure. And those spirits that, you know, they call on and they'd heal themselves and heal each other. And, you know, the things that they felt kept them protected, kept us protected. And that's why we still here. And we can't forget that, y'all. So yeah, y'all look forward to the next music night. I think I'm gonna just entitle it like music night. So y'all can just come on in and know that we on our music tip. Y'all had some good suggestions too. So everybody come on in. You know, I don't know. I'll figure it out what day we gonna do it. 10 kids take almost 10 years to have, y'all. So OTK, if you got something, if you don't, we can go ahead and close this out. Hello. I don't know where his ass went. I don't want to end it without him closing out.
Oh, I thought I was off mute and shit.
Hell nah.
Shit. But nah, since I don't close it out with no song, man, I just close it out like we always do, man. You know, in case ain't nobody told y'all out there that they love y'all, man. Shit, just know me and my sister Sharice, we love y'all, man.
That's for sure.
That's all I got to say, sis. Go ahead and you can close out.
Yeah, y'all just remember, man, like we are who we are. We've been here. We done that shit. We gonna keep doing it. So I love y'all down. Y'all look forward to music night real soon because I definitely had a good time doing that with y'all. So I love y'all down. Okay. And y'all be good. And, you know, we're going to keep coming with the articles, keep coming with the basics, and keep going with these bills and just keep trying to learn about what took place, okay? You know, we learning too. We not no motherfucking teachers. We master students. So we learning just like y'all learning. And we trying to grasp that understanding. We ain't trying to act like we know everything because we don't. And we never try to act like we do. You know, but we understanding and we're going along as y'all going along. And we all gonna be on this journey together. So on that note, y'all be good. Y'all stay safe out here. Don't let nobody upset you, okay? Peace out.